Da, da, do, do. Shake, 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 shake. What's happening? All the blame, man. Don't you understand, man? Don't you understand? I got, seriously, like, they're so obsessed with me. I'm getting notifications at like 6 in the morning that Pedo Joel is tagging me and shit. Like, that's how obsessed they are with me. And if you look at my my profile, or the thumbnail picture here, this is one of the many ads that come through my Facebook page when I'm watching, like when I'm watching videos, and then time and time again, I'm being shown ads for fryer shit. It's the craziest thing. Like, again, these ads are only going to appeal to maybe 2% of the population. I'm definitely not one of them. And yet, this ad is all, children, come hear the 10 commandments at the synagogue. Here's some ice cream and shit like that. Like, what the fuck? You know, they make it as obvious as they seemingly can. Ice cream cones and shit. Like, you see that picture? That picture's fucking gross. Especially when you understand who we're dealing with and what they're about. Oh, sorry. Karen, what's going on? You're already broken, dumbass. The fact that you obsess over me, you're thinking about me at 6 in the morning until who knows how late at night. I can go late as I want to and you'll be here. You're thinking about me hours before I go live. Right? You're already broken. You're obsessed with me. In a heartbeat. You wouldn't even think twice about it. And that's how you am. And these are sick people, man. Sick fucking people. If you're watching, like, share, sub, help the fuck out. At the very least, show them, like, we are strong, we are unified. And we're going to eliminate their cult. Right. Downtown, 3rd floor, just past the tunnel entrance. It's fucking gross, man. They're disgusting. They are disgusting. Hang on a second, let me share this real quick. So hang on a second. One more share. Hang on. All right, that was easy. Probably just another coincidence. Yep, that must be it. Everything with them is just coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. And the crazy part is, like, you have to see, this dumbass is tagging me and stuff. And he's like, and the thing, so he tags me in a song. It's a shitty rap song, actually. I don't even remember who it's by. But it's somebody that is similar, very similar. They allow a lot of truthers to exist. They allow people to say a lot of shit. They allow you to blame Israel. If you're somebody that's blaming Israel, you got the boot early today. Well, it must be a good one. They blame the boot early. Or, I mean, they what the fuck? You got me all fucked up. God damn it. I totally forgot what I was saying. Oh, hell nah, says a dumbass. Yep, dumbass indeed. You know, these are just, they're sick, fucking disgusting people. And, you know, it's crumbling. Their whole thing is crumbling. One of the biggest hurdles to get over is the Christianity hoax, right? Oh, right. It's all right to blame Israel. They let you blame Israel because Israel doesn't exist. Israel is just a construct. It's an idea. It's a you know, if as soon as we stop saying Israel exists, then Israel doesn't exist. You know, it's not like the ground there is like specifically Israeli. You know, they pick up the dirt and it's like, oi! No. Right? This is I love when they say dumb shit, right? Like preserved. The thing is, their history doesn't exist. Their history seemingly starts in the late 1800s, mid 1800s at best. But especially, like, this is the thing, like, they're showing you their capabilities, right? They're showing you that they're what they're capable of, the manipulations, the AI, the, you know, the interference. I mean, it's like, it's not even this isn't hard to do. You start to realize that fucking Robert Maxwell was the owner of the company that printed our school books. Right? And then, you know, obviously Maxwell is an agent of the highest order. Like, it doesn't even, I don't care who you are, right? I don't care if you're, you know, the most conservative Christian, you know, Republican there is. If I say to you, Robert Maxwell was given the highest ranking funeral that an Israeli can get, an Israeli military man, with prime ministers and just the highest military honors possible, where one prime minister said, it cannot be stated here today everything this man has done for Israel. Something like that. I don't have the words right because, you know, they like to speak backwards. Today it cannot be stated how much this man has done to Israel for, some shit like that, right? They're just settled on it. Settled sounds too nice, right? Settled sounds like almost like it's a last resort, so they settled for it, right? But it's not. It's an invasion. They invaded that land like a cancer. You know, it's and that is something that history like documents really well. And considering the history that we get is blue and whitewashed, and it's presented in the best way they can present it, right? They have to present something. So this is the best spin they could put on it. It just shows you everything I'm saying. Like, nothing I'm saying is wrong. Yeah. Nothing. It's fucking impossible to see it any other way. You know, 1881, the first Aliyah is like officially declared or whatever. I don't even know how that works, but 1882, auto emancipation is anonymously printed. And by 1883, they were failing. It was, everything was falling apart because it wasn't the utopia. Like, they expected to show up in Israel and it be what it is now. Where, they don't have to work. They get given a big old fucking mansion. They get a stipend from the government and they just get to live their lives how they want to live it. That's sort of what they thought it was going to be. That's what they were sold. And when they got here and they had to establish, or when they got to Palestine and they had to establish that system, that meant a lot of work, hard work, and they're not hard workers. Right? Like, if they could get it done by just complaining, yeah, they would have been fine. But they had that, we can do it, anything you can do, I can do better attitude. Yeah, right about a lot of things, but I've lost my mind. That makes sense. That makes sense. It would be so cool if all the shit talkers would actually just pick something. Pick something that I'm wrong about or that I'm crazy about. Instead of saying the blanket, inbred, cowardly friar response, like, go into it. Let's hear it. Do you do what I'm doing? Because in 1883, when they were failing, Baron Redshield stepped in. And if not for Baron Redshield, it would have failed. Baron Redshield stepped in and bought up a bunch of farms and land and plantations and vineyards and oil or and olive fucking orchards or whatever the fuck they're called. Olive groves. And he bought it all up and then gave it to the friars along with giving them straight just financial aid. I mean, this guy is worth a giggity billion. So 1 or 2 billion isn't going to fucking hurt him at all. Yeah, I believe that you have been in the thing that we're not talking about. I believe it. What we're talking about isn't important. When I was doing the submarine video, you were nowhere to be found. But now you want to change the subject to submarines. Why don't you just go back and watch the previous video, and as you're watching it, debunk? Why do you need to see me live? It's not like you can debunk anything I'm saying. You just say, well, I've been in one. Oh, well, fuck. We know that friars never lie. Oh, look. Now the pedophile who refuses to address anything about his pedophile cultist. He's going to jump in on the submarines, though. I could talk about that. No, you can't. Submarines are a known hoax crafted by the CIA in the 60s. I don't know when it was crafted, but I know it's not real. And the fact is, the entire narrative revolves around a friar. You know, a friar was in charge of the entire nuclear vehicle program for the Navy for 30 years. And this guy pretended to be a Protestant to fit in, but was a staunch Israel supporter. And every single belch person that was involved in the Navy's nuclear program, whether it was vehicles or weapons or anything, was interviewed, handpicked by this one man. I mean, it's just like you would have to be inbred fucking brain dead Israeli to not understand why that would be a problem. Like, they could understand the problem if it was a Palestinian man. Or just a Muslim in general. If it was a Muslim that was in charge of picking the blah, 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 they would be crying and talking about how unfair it is. And, it's impossible to have somebody in that position who's not by. And that's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter who it is. This is why you have to have non-religious people in charge. I've never in my life experienced something where I was like, holy shit, that Christian or that religious person wasn't biased against me and or for another religious person. Never. I've never seen it. They were promised that land. It's the original. Who were they promised that land by? Seriously. Such a stupid... They were promised that land by who? It's on the sink. Who promised them anything? Who has the ability to promise them something that the rest of the world just has to go ahead? Oh, okay. They were promised. In the book that they wrote. In the story they created. Yeah, that makes sense. By God, there you go. Right. By God. By Christian God? Christian God was like, hey, you know those people, the bad guys in the Bible? The ones that killed my only kid? Yeah, those people are, let me make promises for them. It's such a stupid, like, it's so amazing that is the best they can come up with. They can't be like, oh, well, we make things better. We've made the entire region better. We've made everyone happier. We've made the world into a better place because of it. And nobody ever says anything like that. They can't. And the fact is, they don't even think to say those things. They just think to say dumb shit like, oh, well, it was promised to us. It was promised. I promise. Cross my heart and hope to die. Do you swear to God, God? That's our land? You swear? What part's the reality? Why do I feed the fryer trolls? Because it's fantastic. Because they feed me, actually. Because they provide such a fantastic example of what's being talked about. And there are lots of people who might not be as well versed to this as you or I. So they're going to come in here skeptically. And when they do, they'll see these dumb fryer comments and they'll be like, oh, well, why isn't he addressing that? And a lot of times, even if they do see it, they're gonna miss the subtlety of it. So no, I think it's the proof. When people always ask for proof, and this is evidence. I can show you evidence in real time. I'm not sitting here going, well, somebody told me this story thousands of years ago, and I promised. It was a promise. They are winning against you. Look at your state. Look at the state of your mental. Yeah, definitely. I am upset, right? I'm losing my mind, as you said, right? Pretty fucking funny. Again, you're going to come here and say this for what? Why, if what I'm doing isn't any good, why don't you just do your thing and show me how to do it right? Why don't you make the Guy Williams Sucks video so we can watch your video and learn your perspective? Right? I mean, it's fucking dumb. Yeah, I like to use fucking logic and reason and evidence, and I'm not some dumb troll. I would never be a troll. And the fact that you're here just shows exactly what I'm talking about. You can't debunk anything I'm saying. You can barely address it. So why would you have any sort of anything? Oh. Blah, blah, yeah. Why do they need one sovereign nation to call home? The Muslims have 57. Oh, right. Don't you think it's weird that they can't even, they couldn't even achieve one without the help of the Goyim? And actually, they already had one. See, this is the part where People like you are just so stupid. And this is why I address your comments. Because it shows just how stupid you have to be on that side. Right? In 1928, the Jewish Autonomous Oblast was set up in Russia. If it was just about having a land of their own, then they would have jumped at that. They would have taken the Uganda proposal back when that was first given to them in 1894 or some shit. If it was just about having a sovereign place all to themselves, that would be one thing. But it's clearly not. You know, it's about having that place to yourself that you took from someone else and that you get to oppress and use for your rituals. The thing about Palestine is Palestine has a great farm, or is a great farm. At the end of the day, we're dealing with psychopaths, right? Psychopaths who truly love to hurt people, right? Psychopaths who truly get off hurting children, especially. The reason why is because the Bible, because it's biblically and historically, right. What historical part are you talking about? See, it's so interesting to me that you have such stupidity that keeps showing itself, right? Like, nobody's making this dumbass say these things, per se. They're volunteering to say this stupidity. And then when you ask them to elaborate on it, they have nothing. They have nothing. Right? It's just silly how it works. Rotten other beliefs. Shallow souls, if you have no shoes and someone tried to give you some pair of Toms, are you going to hang out for a pair of Jordans? I don't think so. Well, but somebody gave them a pair of Jordans and they went for the pair of Toms, whatever those are. Because the Jewish Autonomous Oblast is like 3 times the size of Palestine. They're not surrounded by the Muslims the scary Muslims, with 150,000 rockets pointed at Israel at all times. Like, they don't have any of that shit. The Jewish Autonomous Oblast would be ideal, but it wouldn't come with the built-in farm. People have to understand, they could have taken Palestine right from the beginning, right? Zionists are crying in the chat, right? They're not Zionists, right? Zionist is the word you're allowed to say. But Zionism is fed by friarism. It's the friars, front to back, left to right, up and down. You can't just sit here and differentiate between, well, these are the Zionists and these aren't. They're all bad. And the real issue is not the genocide. The genocide is an issue. It's a huge issue. But it's not the main issue. The main issue is the pedophilia. Is the raping of their own children. Right? So the part that people have to understand, they gave us Zionists. We didn't come up with that. That wasn't a label that we put on them to identify them. That's what they called themselves. And they did that so that we would focus on Zionism instead of friarism. The friarism is the thing. You know, it's the friars that believe the worst of the worst things. They're just disgusting monsters. Facts, I want mad at. Funny how you don't have any, though. You just keep crying about what I'm saying. Just keep crying. Well, considering I served in the Australian Army, sure you did. I know I believe you. I know I believe trolls. Right? Come on. How stupid do you have to be? You haven't earned that yet. You haven't earned something where we're like, oh shit, I guess this guy's really smart. You're a welder. Sure you are. That's why you're not working right now. How come none of these fuckers ever address anything? How come not one of them addresses the auto-emancipation pamphlet? If I'm wrong, then auto-emancipation should be something you can easily destroy. And it's like, it's not even, like, there's nothing to even destroy. Like, there's no arguing it. The only thing that's left to argue is I guess, whether there's a conspiracy or not to, like, you know, but they don't even hide it. Right? Like, so when you look up Zionism, it's on a page, can't be edited, so no crying. Zionism isn't, remember, this is their words. Everything that comes out of Wikipedia, especially stuff that has to do with them, is balanced and Zionist in nature. Zionism, stop it, is an ethno-cultural nationalist movement that emerged in the late 19th century Europe, to establish and support a friar homeland through colonization, invasion, in the region of Palestine, which roughly corresponds to the land of Israel, in friarism, itself central to friar history, because they have a different history than everybody else does, which should tell you something. Like, if your history is different and it doesn't match up with everybody else's, maybe there's not very much legitimacy to it, huh? Fucking amazing how stupid these guys are. Oh, we've got another repeater. We've got another one of the repeaters who comes in and cries but doesn't actually say anything. I did debunk you. I said that what you're saying isn't true. Oh my God. This shit is just unreal. Unbelievable. Shit is unreal. Zionists wanted to create a friar state in Palestine with as much land, as many friars, and as few Palestinian Arabs as possible. How do you explain that as something else? What is being misconstrued here? There's nothing in there for you, dude. I mean, it's like somebody is telling bad jokes, right? And that they're just expecting you to laugh, and it's like, you know, what are you thinking I'm gonna laugh at here? You're not saying a funny joke. You're just being stupid. They can't address what's being said. Like, seriously. What is that? That's what Zionism is. And Zionism is just the secondary. Zionism is just a symptom of the original cult. Oh, I thought you'd not. Right, because, you know, I'm a friar. Friars like that kind of shit. Friars like watching people suffer. Snuff film. Again, that's why Palestine exists. Palestine should have been taken a long time ago. Right when they first began their thing, they shoulda, coulda, woulda taken Palestine if it was all about what they say. Just a land of their own. But they kept Palestine because, that's the only analogy I need. But if you owned a cow farm and you wanted to have an annual hamburger festival, would you slaughter all of your cows to feed, say, 100 people? No. That would be incredibly wasteful. And more than that, you wouldn't be able to have your hamburger festival next year. And let's just say you wanted to have hamburger festivals every month. Well, you need a steady supply of cows and hamburgers. If you don't have the hamburgers, you can't have the festival. And so keeping Palestine meant they had a farm right within arm's reach, that they controlled every aspect of their lives, whether they had food, water, electricity. Like, these are just monsters, right? And anytime they needed to perform any of their rituals, especially their Passover rituals, they would just annihilate Palestinians. Most of their rituals call for spilling blood, especially Christian children. I think the Christian part might be, secondary. It's just children. And if you look at every single year going backwards, you'll see that during Passover, Israel generally does one of the biggest attacks of the year. One of their biggest, like, one day or couple day assaults for the year. This year, because of what they've done in Palestine, because there's not much Gaza left, and if they did anything significant, it would be too obvious. On the last day of Passover, they did the 100 strikes in 10 minutes in Lebanon. 100 strikes in 10 minutes. Killing hundreds. They killed hundreds. And it's all part of their ritual. So it's the Lebanese that are going to have to pay the price now because the Palestinians aren't there. And there's not going to be any any argument, any discourse against me. You're just going to see people that, like, look at dumbass Joel the pedophile. This guy's admitted to being a pedophile on multiple occasions. This guy literally said he doesn't understand the harm in metzitzia b'peh, which is where they after the circumcision, the mohel sucks on it, right? It's a very common practice in their community. He doesn't understand why it's bad because it doesn't, quote, hurt the children. That's what the fuck this pedophile has repeatedly said. Just think about what it takes to say that. Like, there's not a normal non-pedophile person out there that thinks an adult male putting his mouth on baby genitalia is acceptable in any circumstance. Especially not some fucking dated dumbass ritual religious bullshit. But like I say, they're not going to debunk what I'm talking about. They're just, look at this dumb shit. Dumbass talking about hot shit and all this other shit. You see the term pedophile far too loosely. Either you're projecting or melodramatic. Let's see, again, like, notice how when I say the adult man puts his mouth on the baby's genitalia, they don't say, what the fuck are you talking about? Wait, what? I never heard that before. What do you mean? Oh, that's horrible. They don't say anything like that. They try to sort of manipulate and pretend like there's some other way of seeing that. And just in case anybody's wondering, Let's not leave anything to question, right? Because people might think I'm exaggerating, or I'm lying, or whatever. In the ugliest language ever.
Set table in chapter 266, halacha 3, 4, 5, and 6, he describes how the circumcision is to be done. He says after the cutting, the mohel does what is called metzitzia. Metzitzia means to suck, and it means doing so with his mouth. And one can say, well, why can't you use a tube? Well, you could, technically, but that's not the custom.
That's not how we like to do it.
Now, why is it that way? Well, you say that in the olden days you didn't have tubes. Now you can have tubes, so why not? The answer is, I thought about it.
He thought about it.
It's not as effective.
It's not as effective.
Because the tube does not seal as well. It's not as pliable.
It's not as good of a seal.
Furthermore, it's not as quick, and it's not as close.
You
have to have a quick suction action.
It's not as quick and close. Especially when you're talking about, I mean, these are little tiny babies with micro penises. I would imagine it's like a spaghetti strand or some shit like that. Welcome back, Karen. That's a rabbi. There's no questioning whether they do it or not. They're one of their main arguments is, well, it doesn't happen as much as you think it does. It's been reported happening between 3,600 or between 3,000 and 3,600 times per year in New York alone. Understand, if it's 3,600 times and it's, you know, in 1 year, and you say they take no days off, they're working every single day of that year, they're still doing 10 per day. You know they don't work every day. So, you know, on the days they do work, that number is significantly higher than 10 per day. You have to ask yourself, what kind of absolute disgusting, sick, perverted piece of shit goes into being a mohel to begin with? A mohel. Who knows that's what their job's going to be? Their only job. They don't do anything else in the cult. They don't lead services and all this. They don't do anything else but perform metzitzas. How do you, like, I mean, again, if somebody was like, hey, I'm going to pay you $10 million a year, you're going to have all the respect in the world, your whole community, be untouchable. You can do anything you want. All you have to do is cut and suck on baby dicks every day. Once a month. Once every 6 months. Once a year. I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. That is fucking insane. And they're lining up. They don't have a shortage of mohels. It's M-O-H-E-L, I believe. Mohel. Gosh, they sure are quiet, aren't they? Why aren't they telling us what I'm wrong about? I've been here the whole time. They're making my comments difficult. Oh shit, keyboard obscured by comments, can't move anything on my screen. Yeah. What was Hitler's parents' last name? It would be great to know. Yeah, wouldn't it? His mother was a friar. It's pretty well known his mother was a friar. But if you look at the historical record, what motivated Hitler is unknown. Some say it's because when he was a younger man, he was an artist, and a Jewish man gave him a harsh criticism. That's seemingly like it. Right? That's the narrative they give. They don't talk about how he wanted to rid his country of these invaders who all they do is take and they don't contribute. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Here we go with an explanation. Guy Williams, do you not understand that metzitzia is a halachic tradition to bring forth a friar boy into the covenant of... Yeah. So? That's not a debunk. That's not a viable explanation. So you're saying there's no other way that your cult can come up with to bring boys into a covenant with Abraham, the guy who, fathered the friar people with his sister, Sarah. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Right? This guy is like saying, don't you understand that it's part of our rituals? Well, like, what aren't you understanding there? I think I do understand it. And the fact that you're explaining it this way shows exactly the point. It's not like it's a choice. They love to say that not everyone does it. No, not all of them do it. Yeah, they do. Yeah, just about all of them do it because it's written into their shit. If you don't do it, you don't get the mitzvah. You don't complete the ritual. The suction is part of it. It's in their shit. And he's proving the point right here. Don't you realize that this is how we become a covenant with our most sacred figures? There's no other way we can do it. This is why it's so great to leave them talking, right? Because they're so inbred stupid. Remember, the reason why the UN shouldn't open the books on Israel and investigate what's going on is because if you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel. Well, that can't really happen if you're the good guys, though, right? How do you get demonized if what you're doing is the righteous thing? But this is the kind of stupidity that we're talking about. This guy literally thought that it was a good response to be like, it's part of our tradition. Tradition! Funny how and absurd how you can tell you call the oldest, most ancient religion on earth a cult. The audacity you have to call the most ancient people on the face of the earth a cult. It's a cult and they're not the most ancient people. Funny how it's the youngest language on the planet. The most ancient people have the youngest language on the planet. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting how their language was revived in the late 1800s, early 1900s? It was revived. It wasn't created. It was revived using Arabic and Aramaic to account for the deficiencies. If you have this old-ass Hebrew Bible and this old study and people are speaking the language, why would you need to supplement the language with Aramaic words? It's the oldest language, right? Eliezer ben Yehuda born Eliezer Yitzhak Perlman. There's a picture of the guy who created the language. Was another one of these Russian friar, linguist, lexicographer, and journalist who made it to Jerusalem in 1881. Oh wow, the first Aliyah. He was among the first in the first Aliyah when the Ottoman Empire ruled it. He is renowned as the lexicographer of the first Hebrew dictionary and also the editor of the blah blah blah. Ben Yehuda was the primary driving force behind the revival of the Hebrew language. Right? For 1,800 years, they didn't care about going back to Israel. They didn't care about the language, none of that shit. But somewhere after 1881, 82, with the auto-emancipation and the foundation of friar nationalism, suddenly now it's the most important thing. Isn't it weird how that worked out? Aramaic and Arabic came from Hebrew. Sure they did. Again, this is just your bullshit, right? This is just what they tell you. And that's what this is too. But most people don't realize they actually do tell you the truth. You just have to look for it. Let's see. Remember, they changed this because of me. It's because of me that they changed what this says. Before its modern spoken revival, Hebrew had remained in continuous use in Jewish liturgy, study, and writing. Why? What's up? And friar travelers and merchants who also used it in receipts, loan documents, and communication with faraway communities. How did everybody know what it was if there was no dictionary? There was no written version of it to be able to pull from, to look at, to reference. For terms lacking in earlier Hebrew, Ben Yehuda insisted, so it used to say, to accomplish this, that whole first two sentences, her whole first long-ass run-on sentence, was added recently. The first two sentences, actually. No, I'm sorry. For terms like Ben Yehuda, this is where it used to begin. Ben Yehuda insisted with the Committee of Hebrew Language that, to quote the committee records, in order to supplement the deficiencies of the Hebrew language, the oldest language in the world has deficiencies. Gotcha. The committee coins words according to the rules of grammar and linguistic analogy from Semitic roots, Aramaic, and especially Arabic roots. Interesting, huh? Ben Yehuda raised his son, Ben Zion, meaning son of Zion, entirely in Hebrew. He did not allow his son to be exposed to other languages during childhood. He even berated his wife for singing a Russian lullaby. His son thus became the first native speaker of Hebrew in modern times. He also raised a daughter entirely in Hebrew. She's not important. She's a girl. She was probably sold. How they just keep crying. Like I didn't just read you the official account of it. Like I just made this up, right? I'm like, what's the dumbest name I can think of? Eliezer Ben Yehuda. That sounds pretty dumb. Right? Now we have this person saying the Australian welder is now saying, just denounce and become a friar already. You know more about their faith than them. Yeah, know thy enemy. Right? Pretty simple. Pretty well-known fucking thing. Pretty common thing for people to say. Know thy enemy. See, the best part is, to avoid sounding like you dumbasses, who just sort of whine, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that, I educate myself. And I educate myself using their examples. I want to know what they want us to know. I don't say that Wikipedia is 100% true by any means. It is, however, 100% the truth that they want us to know. And that's important. This is what they want you and your fellow Goyim to know. You look more friar than I... Sure. I mean, again, like, So, right, who gives a shit? If I was actually a friar, like my family, and I came from that shit, first of all, I'd probably be like a foot shorter. And I can proudly say I do not have a micro penis. I might not have a monster, John Holmes 12-incher, but it's definitely not a micro penis. So that's two things already that I don't really fit the bill. But if I could say that, yes, I'm actually, like, because I already know I'm a much better person than most of you. But if I could say I'm such a good person that in spite of all of the advantages and the negatives, I mean, the excommunication of family, the harassment, all that shit, I'm going to give up all of the advantage that comes with it. I'm going to give up all that Semitism and speak out against this because I have personal accounts. I can say personally I was part of this cult, and being a part of this cult, I saw it happen firsthand, and I can attest to the fact that they're monsters and we need to eliminate them. If that was the case, my argument would be a lot better. It'd be a lot stronger if I could say that. So I don't know why I would deny that. You friars just make things up and have no evidence. Right, that's all it is. They just say dumb shit. Like, again, notice how nothing I'm saying does he act like he's never heard it before. He's surprised. He just cries about what I'm saying. Like, literally, we're supposed to take his dumbass word for it compared to what I just read you. I just read this to you. Right? It's either read the thing that they want us to read or listen to one of their act.il fucking morons. Now, you might not know, but act.il, we have another locked up page. Nobody can cry. Act.il is a social networking service used by supporters of Israel to oppose online, quote, anti-Israel content, such as the Boycott, Divestments, and Sanctions Movement, or BDS. Its activities were referred to as, quote, an online propaganda campaign and, quote, a virtual situation room of pro-Israel experts. Pay attention right here. Act.il directed its users to, quote, missions to like, comment on, and share pro-Israel material on social media. It also asks users to flag, report, and respond to criticisms of Israel. Pay attention again. Users were guided how to respond, which might entail writing a reply using the provided talking points. It's why they all sound the same. It's why they all say the same dumb shit. It's why they can't come in here and be like, oh, we're good because of this, and we make the world better because of our existence makes the world better because of this. And they don't do anything like that. They don't even generally address what's being said because they're not programmed to. I mean, again, this dumbass just reiterated, just confirmed that metzitzia, that sucking on the babies, you get it, is written into their fucking tradition, into their cult. It's part of their cult bylaws. This has to be done to boys to initiate them into the cult. They're so stupid, they just keep saying it. The app also provided users with ready-made memes promoting Israel's perspective for them to share. By completing the missions, users earned points, unlocked badges, and had their scores displayed on leaderboards. According to Plus 972, Act.il was the centerpiece of a digital campaign called For IL, or For Israel, announced in 2017 by Gilad Erdan, then the Minister of Strategic Affairs, for the promotion of Israel and the delegitimization of boycott, divestments, and sanctions, BDS. The Act.il app would assign users missions to challenge social media posts it considered to be critical of Israel or in favor of the BDS movement. Erdan called it an iron dome of truth. Act.il was a joint project of the private Israeli university IDC Herzliya and the US-based Israeli-American Council. The Maccabee Task Force, the Maccabees are why Hanukkah is celebrated. And Hanukkah is celebrated because of circumcision. Everything comes back to this bullshit. It's fucking nuts. It's so crazy that you would, like, you think if I say it, you're like, oh, you're just making this up. Do you have that roach? It's stupid. The whole Maccabee thing is about circumcision, and it's what Hanukkah, it's what, you know, every year in Detroit, they erect a big 30-foot menorah made of steel that's fed by natural gas that somebody has to pay for. And it's like they force the Hanukkah celebration on us. 2% of the of the U.S. population is friar, and 0.183% of the world's population is friar. To think that every single community, the major cities, erects these menorahs and shit like that just doesn't make any sense. We don't do anything like that for the Muslims, and they make up a lot more than 2%. 2%. Yeah. But nobody knows what it's for. It's the festival of light. What the fuck does that mean? Light happens whether you celebrate it or not. It's light. It's not a celebration of light. It's a celebration of circumcision. That's Maccabee, Johannes Maccabee. In the minus 200s, circumcision had been outlawed because of how disgusting it is. Well, actually, the way it's presented is that they weren't allowed to they weren't allowed to worship. They had to worship on Sundays, which is something that's unenforceable. They had to eat non-kosher food, again, something that's non-enforceable. And the third thing that's mentioned is the circumcision thing, which is enforceable. You know, if you notice or you see or somebody reports or whatever that somebody's been circumcised and you see that they've been, you can blame their parents and punish them for it. And so Maccabee, he's sitting at one of the sacrifice altars that existed all over the area, because apparently sacrificing live animals and humans and shit was a big part of their thing. There was another guy, another friar was there, and then the guard was there. And the guard is there by decree of the leadership to make sure that sacrifices go according to the books, I guess. It's a dumb story, so the details being dumb are just that. Maccabee's sitting there and he's like, you know what? I'm really fucking sick of this not being able to circumcise shit. He wasn't mad about the kosher food. He wasn't mad about the worshiping. He was mad that they weren't allowed to circumcise anymore. And he says, you know, hey, other friar, I'm thinking of fucking doing it. I'm thinking of starting a revolt. You want to join me? And the friar's like, no, man, that shit's gross. They leave us alone. Everything's cool. Just quiet. Do your sacrifice. Leave me alone. So Johannes kills him, kills the guard, goes back home, circumcises himself, his family, all the boys, all the slaves, and now he's started a revolution where I'm assuming they walk, since they didn't have horses back then. They walk from all around the region, because they happen to know where all the other friars live, and they have this Godspeed technology that allows them to travel fast, I guess. I don't fucking know. But they go from friar settlement to friar settlement, giving the family a choice. Either you circumcise yourself, the boys, and everybody, all the men in this compound, or we kill you. You circumcise and join us, or we kill you. And they ended up killing lots of friars who didn't want to circumcise or put their kids through it or whatever. So they would kill them. And those that they didn't kill joined the thing, and these guys are walking around in the desert with freshly circumcised micro-penises. I know, I'm coming. What is it? Did you have a bad dream? Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Bad dreams suck sometimes, dude. And after they were able to gain enough followers, they decided to attack the Seleucid Empire, armies or whatever. And they repeatedly got their asses kicked. And then eventually they were like, hey, why don't we just do what we always do and manipulate using false information and trickery from the top down? Which is what they did, and they eventually, got things reversed, but it wasn't enough for them, so they went around destroying all the Christian monuments and all that shit. Kind of like what they're doing. Do you guys remember a couple of years ago when they were like, Muslims are going around destroying holy sites? Remember that shit? And they were talking about how they're going to destroy the pyramids and the Sphinx and all that shit. You guys remember that narrative? Interestingly, that's literally what the friars are known to do over and over again. But, like I say, eventually they won their right to circumcise, and that's what Hanukkah is a celebration of. It's the Maccabees, the Maccabee task force, the Maccabees. You hear it all the time. We are the descendants of the Maccabees and shit like that. They're the group that fought so they could circumcise. Because circumcision, as the douchebag said earlier, is a cornerstone of their shit. It's how they have their covenant with their fucking deities. With their fucking characters. How you understand that this is how little friar boys engage in a covenant with Abraham, right? Like, there's no denial when you have dumbasses coming through and slipping up and telling the truth. Anyway, the Maccabee Task Force, one of Sheldon Adelson's foundations, and Sheldon Adelson was, his wife is Miriam. Let's just watch it real quick, shall we? Because I really can't do it justice without actually just looking this shit up, because it's pretty fucking crazy. It is pretty crazy. What the fuck? Huh. It's not in my... Oh, there it is. Trump, Miriam. Yeah. All right.
That they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure.
I didn't yield to it because I'm
great. Every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem.
It's really weird how they knew to start clapping before he even said it. I kept my promise, and they started clapping. That's the President of the United States, by the way, standing in front of that Israeli flag. Isn't that right, Miriam?
Stand up.
This is such an important part.
Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam, she's back there. Stand up.
He tells her to stand up. She doesn't stand up. Because she doesn't do what the fucking friar tells her to do. Everybody's standing there clapping towards her.
Would come into the office, they'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else, I can think.
Why would Miriam and Sheldon Adelson have more trips to the White House than anyone else? Are they checking on their fucking purchase? Sort of what it seems like. It sort of seems like they're checking on their purchase. Because you have to remember, the Adelsons gave Trump $100 million for his last campaign. They're the number one donors by far. $100 million was given to Trump, and she's pledged $250 million for him to run again for an unprecedented for an illegal third time. Not unprecedented, but in $250 million this bitch is just throwing out there. Why? Trump's about to tell you. She has $60 billion in the bank. There's no way I know to like put that into perspective. The best way I can do it is the time thing, right? So a million seconds, if you were able to count, straight without going to sleep, without eating, without any of that shit, count straight every second, 1, 2, 3. It would take you roughly 12 days. To get to a billion seconds, it would take you 35 years. And then a trillion is like 3,700 years or some shit. Which is just, when they talk about we're $1 trillion in debt. Think about that. Compared to a billion, 35 years compared to 3,700 or 3,200 years. But like a millionaire used to be a big deal to us. I'd be really happy with $1 million. I'd be really happy with 12 days. Miriam Adelson has 60 billion. So 35 years times 60 is 35 times 60. 180 plus 40 or plus another 30 is 210 years. She has 210 years compared to I'd be happy with 12 days. Oh no, she has 2,000, right? 2,010, they're 2,100 years compared to my I'd be happy with 12 days. Do you understand how insane that is? $150 million is nothing to her. You know? What's 150 million? Like a year?
Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got 60 billion in the bank.
Look at this guy.
And she loves, I think she's saying no more.
I think she's saying, shut up, Trump.
Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him.
Listen to the way this man speaks. Like, he doesn't even speak in a way that makes sense. He's just sort of, like, you can always tell the difference between when he's reading something and when he's shooting from the hip. Because when he's reading something, here, he's all the meth is coming out. The gay meth man. And listen to the, like, cadences and the way that he speaks. It just doesn't, this isn't a way someone speaks.
He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me.
Listen to this.
And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in and...
But she loves it.
He was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me.
He was an asshole, but he was nice to me.
Can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in.
He'd come in. He'd come in. Because again, like when somebody bankrolls you, you don't tell them no. You know, these are you know, these are his existence is based on them. His entire legacy, everything he has is because the Adelsons gave it to him because they're fucking, you know, he does what they say. They're super pro-Israel and he does what they say. Look at her ugly ass face.
Responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about going to the President of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, do good though. But they were very responsible.
Look at, she's nodding.
Much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things that ever happened.
Again, he's so stupid. He's so, like, he's so inarticulate that he can't fucking, like, he's got me sounding stupid right now, but he's saying, which they got me they got me thinking about taking Golan Heights. You know, that land of Syria about the size of New Jersey or whatever that Trump just was like, oh yeah, by the way, the Golan Heights is now a part of Israel, and if anybody has a problem with it, they're going to have to deal with us. They just stole all that fucking land. It wasn't like there were talks. It wasn't like there was, like, you know, fighting or anything happening. Just one day, it was just in the news cycle. Trump signs over fucking this large part of the, like, why would that even matter? Have more power over Syrian land than Syria. And because the threat was so real, we'll fuck you up if you have a problem with this. The Syrians just sort of were like, what do we do? I mean, there were people living there. It doesn't get talked about nearly enough. But there were people living there, and they all got removed. Where did they have to go? You know, this was a huge deal, and nobody talks about it. And then Trump says, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen. Remember, he tells you he's a Christian. So when you ask this man, what are the greatest things to ever happen? He's going to say, well, Jesus. You know, Jesus being born. And my kids. And if he remembers to say his kids. Greatest things ever happen in the world, though. You know, Jesus and America winning the war. And oh, yeah, me signing over the Golan Heights to Israel. That's one of the greatest things to ever happen, he says. If you're watching, like, share, and sub. They're just shutting me down, something fierce. Yesterday was bad. You guys should have seen this shit yesterday. Yeah, Trump converted a while ago. It's just been hidden. But you can see fucking Howard Nutlick bragging about it. This is our first Jewish president. Blah, blah, blah. You seen that clip? Here we go. Just keep watching it. Now watch. Everybody's standing for Golan Heights, for stealing land, and now they're stealing, they're clapping, and everybody's looking at Miriam, not at Trump. They're all standing and facing Miriam. Oh, look who else is there. Milikowski's there. Look at how genuinely happy they are. Look at the smiles on their face. There's Bezalel Smotrich. Is that Itamar? No, that's not ugly enough to be Itamar. There's Itamar. Itamar Ben-Gvir. They're all there, standing and clapping for Miriam Adelson, who is sitting above them directly in the center so that it's easy for everybody to focus on her. Almost like she's the ruler. Weird, huh? Watch.
Stand up, please.
Stand up, please, he said. So the first time when he said stand up, she didn't stand up. He said, stand up, Miriam. And she didn't stand up. Everybody clapped and they started talking. This time he says, stand up, please. And now she stands up because he asked her to do it. She wasn't going to stand up when he told her to. That's not how it works. She's not a fucking clown. She's not his little monkey. Jumps and stands and sits down when he says. But he asked her to stand up and get a roaring standing applause and okay, standing ovation. And she took that. Okay, I'll do that.
She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say.
Look at this guy's face.
We love you. Thank you, darling.
He's so pissed off right now.
She's a wonderful woman.
He's not supposed to be saying that shit. What the fuck? Do you understand that shit? Like, show me another video that looks like that, where, you know, like other than new videos in China, where Trump's down, but still, it's not nearly as fucking glazing as that shit is. President of the United States is glazing some fucking rich billionaire who funded his entire operation. I mean, what qualifications does she have to even be associated with this meeting with all these government officials? Imagine if that fucking building would have blown up. Man, would that have been amazing. Netanyahu's there, Bezalel's there, Itamar's there, fucking that bitch is there, Miriam's there, Dump's there. That would have been the greatest thing to happen. That would have been one of the greatest things to ever happen, for sure. If not literally the greatest. Like, that would be... I can't think of too many things that would be better than that. Matt, what's up, man? You wouldn't believe it, Matt. The same fucking goofy-ass friar trolls that are here every day telling me to stop doing what I'm doing because I don't matter, they're here telling me to stop doing what I'm doing because it doesn't matter. Matt was here yesterday when Joe reiterated that it doesn't hurt the children to suck on their baby penises. So why is it a bad thing? That's what Joe said yesterday. Remember that, Matt? Wasn't that telling? And then all of the other friars that were here weren't like, what the fuck, Joe? That's horrible. Don't say shit like that. They were like, Guy, you're a bad guy. Why are you so bad? Why are you exposing all of us stuff like this? Almost like they're obsessed with the topic in a creepy way. Yep, he remembers. Ooh, I'm a coward for not addressing this dumbass's questions. You mean the land that God promised the friar people? Yeah, when and where? Are you talking about in the dumb story that you created? Yeah, again, I don't understand the legitimacy of that argument. You can't even prove God exists. So why would some fake ass promise that you guys wrote in your own fucking book, why would I give a shit about that? Like, that's not a viable response. That's not an answer to a question. If you're in a court of law and you're like, oh, well, God told me I should. He promised me that if I did it, everything would be okay. He told me that we would have this exact court date, and he said, Judge Who's a Jigga will tell me that even though I shouldn't have done it, if God said it was okay, then it was okay. And then they let that guy off? No. The only time, you know, your faith actually seems to affect anything is with the Semitism that you guys demand. You know, Naomi Elkins is the smoking gun, man. Naomi Elkins is such a key situation to expose exactly what I'm talking about. Exposing the dangers of Semitism, exposing the reaches of Semitism. Lies and blasphemy, you devil. Gee, isn't that weird? How yet again we have another supposed random profile that is saying the same exact words as a different profile? Isn't that interesting? It's the same exact verbiage, the same cadence, the same wording as the one who was here earlier, confirming that metzitzia is a necessary part of their ritual. It's a necessary ritual for their cult to exist. As soon as we pointed that out, that fucking coward bailed. But now the same sort of coward is here saying the same shit. You need medication, pushing off mental health checkups. Here we go. Get on antidepressants and forget about these ridiculous things. Yep, take your meds. Where have we heard take your meds before, guys? Take your meds. Seems kind of familiar. Let's see.
Time to take your meds. No, that's how people control me. You're taking your meds, Ian, one way or another. No, I'm not taking it. You're taking your medication. Let me go. I'm not going to take it, Ian. Cupid me? You got...
I highly suggest you watch that episode of South Park. Right? That episode of South Park is as eye-opening as you'll ever see. Like, South Park has made some great episodes. The one where Earth gets canceled and the Jusians, the alien Jusians, are the ones that control it, and they're these nasty executives blowing each other and shit, and because they happen to take a picture of it, they get Earth rebooted instead of canceled. Like, it's crazy. But this episode, so Cartman has this character that he imagines called Cupid Me. It's a little angel, a little naked angel, because, South Park thinks it's hilarious to draw little kid penises. They just love it. Those friars in South Park. But Cupid Me, when he doesn't take his medication, he turns to Kanye. Cupid Ye, stupid Ye. And as Cupid Ye, he goes around telling everybody that Kyle controls Hollywood. And they play into all this. You can't say that. Well, even though they made Hollywoodism, 1998 movie about how they have always controlled Hollywood, always will, still do, and how they used Hollywood to not just create the America they wanted, but the world they wanted. Essentially, you could say the American dream is the Jewish dream. Hollywoodism will be linked in the description after the fact. It'll be the second link in the description. Go watch it. But even just the idea of it, like to say that friars control Hollywood, it's not a bad thing. That's like a really great thing. Especially when you only make up 2% of the population, the American population. You were able to control Hollywood? Like, that's just fantastic. Like, good job. But they go, no, you can't say that. Don't say that. And so the entire episode, Cartman is trying to catch Cupid Ye to force him to take his medication. Take your meds, Ye. Take your meds. And when he finally gets him to, he turns back into Cupid Ye, flying around all oblivious. Tee-hee, tee-hee. Shooting his arrows of love. Tee-hee. It's as eye-opening, as telling as it can be. Like, it's right in front of your fucking face. Karen sees 12 and 12. I got 9 and 11. 9-11. Anyway, the organization behind Act.il is staffed by former intelligence officers and has a collegial relationship with the Israeli intelligence community. It has a close relationship with Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs, which combats the BDS movement, which it views as a threat. It used to end here. It used to say, according to Mendoweiss, an email sent in March 2022 to the app's users announced that the app will be shut down, but that users should continue to interact with act.il's content on its other social media platforms. Like, I don't know, 20 weeks ago or so, one day this just changed. And now the new paragraph, they didn't even bother to edit the old shit. They just added this new paragraph that said, the application was relaunched in early 2026 under the name Rise App, R-I-S-E, capital A-P-P, with the former Act.il owners partnering with Reichman University for the release and also transferring the former Act.il user base to the new service. 40,000 plus user base. At any given time, they have 40,000 American friars mostly that they can use to attack someone like me. Anti-Semitism should be illegal. This type of content and blatant misinformation is highly dangerous and promotes terrorism. No, if I supported Israel, I'd be promoting terrorism. But again, it's these blanket crybaby statements that they make all the time because they can't actually argue against anything being said. Now watch this. You're going to like this. Normally I don't do this, but this is so there's no crybaby whatsoever. So Semitism definition, okay? Merriam-Webster.com, okay? No funny business. Merriam-Webster, Semitism definition, Merriam-Webster. Okay, just come on, page.
Semitism.
We're on the
Semitism.
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 Okay? Number 1A, Semitic character or qualities. Number 1B, a characteristic feature of a Semitic language occurring in another language. Number 2, policy or predisposition favorable to friars. Policy or predisposition favorable to friars.
Semitism.
See?
Semitism.
That's a nice way of saying supremacy. Right? Supremacy. Policy is rules and regulations. It's why they have their AIPAC policy conference every year, which is the number one thing that, more government officials attend the AIPAC policy conference every year than anything other than the State of the Union address, which they're required to go to. Nothing else. No votes, no events, nothing brings as many Republicans and Democrats together as the AIPAC policy conference every year, where they discuss American policy. They discuss the policy that runs the United States, the AIPAC policy conference. Policy and policy or predisposition. Predisposition is like if your mom's family all has cancer, it doesn't matter how much you live a good life, you eat clean food, you don't do drugs, you don't smoke, you don't drink, you do everything you can to avoid getting cancer, you're still probably going to get cancer because of the predisposition, right? You have a predisposition to cancer. It's genetic programming. So they believe that policy, rules and regulations, and predisposition, the genetic programming, the genetic perspective, the thing that we think without being, without having any access to information, we don't know much about the story, but if we find out that it's friars involved, we are supposed to be favorable to them. Policy and predisposition favorable to them. Therefore, anti-Semitism is against that. It's against supremacy. It's against friar supremacy. Anti-Semitic is something you should be very upset to hear. you should be mad at them. Like, no, you're the anti-Semitic ones. Right. The Semitic people are the Palestinians, the Iranians, the Syrians, the Lebanese, the Egyptians, the people that are from that region are considered Semitic. There's a reason why DNA testing is banned in Israel. And it's because the last DNA testing done showed 95% of the people that were tested didn't have any Semitic DNA. They were from, Ukraine, Demcrane. They were from Europe. They were from the Americas. It's why they're so allergic, like generally allergic to the area. They burn. They have such problems living in that region because it's not their native land to begin with. So when they start throwing out dumb words like, that's anti-Semitism, be like, fuck yeah, I'm proud of that shit. I live in a society that tells me I should show favoritism to one group of people, that they basically made it illegal to not show favoritism to that one group of people. And I'm smart enough, I'm good enough, I'm aware enough that I say, fuck you, I'm against that. Like, be proud that you're strong enough to stand up to this fucking corruption. Look at this shit. Now this dude's bringing up Superman and shit. They just can't do it. It's crazy the convenience of your channel freezing when you bring up certain topics. Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it interesting how that works? You believing in such evil beliefs are dangerous and terroristic. And believing such filth should also be illegal. Very dangerous content. Yeah. Now we have somebody coming in here being like, I'm a pedophile. I support pedophiles. Trump 2028. Like, these people are just as dumb as it gets. But they're just, you start talking about raping children. And for some reason, it always makes people like Trump think of Trump. You saw what happened when Norah O'Donnell started talking about some of the conspiracies, and he's like, you're a bad reporter. Well, she didn't even mention you. She didn't mention you, and she didn't mention Epstein, but you did. Friars are not a race. You are correct, sir. You cannot be considered racist. That's why they had to come up with their own word. And because they don't care if you believe in their stuff per se. Like, they don't care if you're against Judaism. That's why they don't say that's anti-Jewish. Because they don't care if you believe in their shit. What they care about is, first and foremost, they want you to be a Christian, so you automatically subjugate yourself. You automatically go, well, I'm second class. The Christians are not my God's chosen people. A different religion that hates Christians and thinks Jesus and Mary boiling in semen and blah, 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 all that shit, that looks at us as slaves. Every one of us is one of 2,800 slaves that they get. When upon the emergence of the Messiah, they get 2,800 slaves each, according to them. The people that killed your Jesus, that killed your superhero, they're the bad guys. Satan only makes a couple of appearances in the Bible. He's like a secondary character. The real big bads are the children of Abraham and Abraham himself. And yet here we are 2,000 years later, and you have Christians running around saying that Christians aren't Christian God's chosen people. That other religion is. That other cult. The main cult in the three Abrahamic religions. It's the main one. It's where Abraham comes from. Christians believe that Abraham is the father of all religious people. Muslims believe that Abraham was a prophet. And friars believe that Abraham is the father. Nobody really talks about the mother for whatever reason, but the mother is Sarah. Well, was Sarai, but got turned into Sarah. Like how Abraham was Abram, and then he built one of those God phones that they're the only ones that were able to build them. They could build these God phones, and then as long as nobody else was around to see it, there's no witnesses or no proof that it happened, then they could build God phones. And they would supposedly build these God phones, and then God would say, okay, thank you for building the phone. I am God, the guy with the shoes that are bigger than his feet, and the feet that are bigger than his shoes. He would always introduce himself as something different. I am he who says things that are saying things that you should hear and then write down. But nobody write it down, and then it'll all be written down. And then he would say, okay, from this place to this place is all yours now. And then I guess they would hang up and God would go back and the person would walk into the town and be like, hey, I just built one of those God phones. And God said, you know, this is all mine from here everywhere I can see. So I'm going to live in the big house and you guys are all going to pay me taxes now. And everybody'd be like, oh, okay. I don't see what reason you would have to lie about that. I mean, you guys are the only ones that can build those God phones, so. And so Abram time built himself one of those nifty God phones, and God shows up, and they have a conversation, and God is like, I am the guy with the curly hair that when it's straight, it still looks just the same. Some stupid shit. And Abram's like, yeah, I know. And God's like, all right, well, you are now going to be called Abram. Or you are now going to be called Abraham. And your wife, Sarai, is going to be called Sarah. And you guys are going to give birth to a child, a boy, and his name's, you can call him Ishmael. You know that whole call me Ishmael bullshit that you've heard a gazillion times but didn't know what it was about? Yeah. That's what it's about. Call me Ishmael. They call him Ishmael. And Abraham, who is not Abraham, is like, what do you mean? We're both in our 90s. How are we going to give birth to a new child? And God's like, what are you questioning me for? I'm saying it's going to happen, so it's going to happen. And that's what happened. By the way, again, Abraham's wife, Sarah, is his sister, his younger sister. Isn't that great? Isn't it great? Oh, look, it's schizophrenia. They always have to identify themselves, don't they? He should be banned for his own health. Again, I'm missing the part where I'm like wrong. What part am I getting wrong? No matter what your viewpoint in this chat, I think it's safe to say, just be nice to your neighbors. I'm not someone based on, I'm not hate somebody based on what they were born. What are you talking about? Like, people are born gay, people are born black, people are born whatever. You're not born friar. Friar is a choice. It might be a choice put on you, but it's a choice. This is not a race. But look, I forgot to even bring it up. So these guys are all speaking from their programs, right? You can't be a friar and an atheist, just like your buddy fucking Ari Shafir, because then you would call out how disgusting you piece of shit metzitzia Pepe, you metzitzia friars are. And the reality is, most friars, I mean, friars don't believe in like heaven or hell or anything. They believe that this is your shot. And you step on every Goyim head you can to make sure your life is good. If you find a friar wallet on the street, you have to go to every length you can to ensure that friar gets his wallet back with everything in it. But if you find a Goyim wallet, take that shit. Take all the money and throw the rest out. But see, again, they're all speaking from that programmed perception, and that's what auto-emancipation is. Auto-emancipation is a pamphlet written anonymously in German by eventually attributed to Russian, Polish friar doctor who was only a doctor because he got his law degree even though friars weren't allowed to practice law, so he decided to just become a doctor instead. You know how that worked. You know, easy done. Doctor and activist Leon Pinsker in 1882. It is considered a founding document of modern friar nationalism, especially Zionism. Now, just like in the feed, they're not going to be like, because friars are so great, because friars deserve this, because friars help the world, because they don't go with that. The very first thing said is, Pinsker discussed the origins of anti-Semitism and argued for a friar self-rule, gee, maybe that's why, and the development of a friar national consciousness. So again, prior to 1882, apparently, the whole idea of we are one group and everybody else is the other, that's our homeland, we got to get back to the homeland, we need our own language, we need our own state. Oh, it didn't exist. It didn't exist. Look at this fat ass guy. It says it right here. The whole supremacist idea of them being special and all that comes from this. He wrote that friars will never become the social equals of Goyim until they had a state of their own. He called on friar leaders to convene and address the problem. In the pamphlet, 1882, again, what is the distribution network for a pamphlet back then? Seems kind of weird. In the pamphlet, he describes anti-friar attacks, or not believing in their supremacy, as a psychosis, a pathological disorder, and an irrational phobia. You have mental issues. He would have said schizophrenia, but schizophrenia hadn't necessarily been coined yet, or at least it wasn't big yet. And schizophrenia isn't accurate. It just shows you how stupid they are that they continuously use the wrong fucking thing. You know, schizophrenia is hearing voices in your head and shit like that. Like, schizophrenia is not something that's funny or that gets thrown around as an insult, as a joke, or what. You don't say shit like that. Schizophrenia is extremely serious and shouldn't be used because you're too stupid to debunk what somebody is saying. Especially, again, if you're going to use it incorrectly. But this is what they've been taught from the beginning. You don't address what people say, you just try to make them sound crazy. And as Dave Chappelle said, the worst thing to do is to call somebody crazy because it's dismissive. And of course, he's speaking directly on, you know, the Hollywood shit. On Martin running through Hollywood naked with a gun screaming, "They're trying to kill me." You know, he said the worst thing to do is to dismiss somebody by calling them crazy. And that's what we all do. So you don't have to hear the plight of the homeless person, you just shut it off. Oh, that person's crazy. I'm not listening to what they say. And this is their only hope. Their only hope is that they can make somebody sound crazy because what they're talking about is pretty fucking crazy. Like, if you believe any of this shit these friars believe, that's the definition of fucking crazy. You're special because your sky daddy says so? No proof of it whatsoever. And actually, your existence itself is proof against it. Right? Like, why would such an ugly, you know, inferior group of people be the favorites? Why wouldn't they have been blessed with good looks and height and not micro penises? Right? But again, it's cultural. Like child rape isn't. It's not even necessarily a thing for, some people of course use it for deviant urges, but more than anything, it's about religious, redemption and transcendence. It's part of their religious shit. They have very specific things regarding how it's done, the orders, the things to be said, to be inserted, whatever. It's written into their thing, just like metzitzia is written into their thing. It would be like, saying that praying, if you get on your knees and put your hands together and close your eyes, that becomes something wrong. Like most people would be like, how is that wrong? We're just praying. Like, what do you mean? Blah, blah, blah. Like they wouldn't understand what you're saying because it's just so second nature for them. And that's exactly what this shit is. It's just so second nature for them that they acknowledge it, they admit it, without realizing how fucking stupid they sound. When the piece of shit says that he doesn't understand what the problem is, it's not like it hurts the little boys when they do it. Like, he doesn't understand that it's fucking wrong for an adult to put his mouth on genitalia of a baby for any reason whatsoever. He just doesn't, he can't comprehend that because it's so second nature to him. He's done it. He's seen it done. He's going to do it again soon. Like, it's just like, what do you mean? That's what we do. And the thing is, I keep saying where the good, you can't separate it. Right? You can't separate, like you can't just be like, well, we're going to just stop doing this. Like that violates their religious doctrine. Who are they to violate God's word and blah, blah, blah. There is no separating the two. Just like you can't separate Israel from friars. You can't separate Zionism and shit. They love to say that shit, but then every single friar you see interviewed, from Michael Rappaport to Jerry Seinfeld and what's his name? James Woods and fucking the critic. What's the critic's name? Whatever, you know what I'm fucking talking about. Lovitz, John Lovitz, especially Michael Rappaport. None of those, they literally say it. They say there is no separating Israel and friarism. If you don't support Israel, you are against friars. If they say it, then why isn't it the truth? It's what it is. These guys can't understand, like they can't separate, we should stop pedophilia, but still be friars. How can you be a friar without pedophilia? You can't have your redemption. You can't have your covenants. You can't have, you can't have what you desire from the cult spiritually without there being the physical. The trials and tribulations, the sacrifice. Which again, in turn, shows you that it can't be fixed. It can't be fixed. People think that, well, what's your solution? The solution is to eliminate it. They've already told you that they can't separate the two. They can't separate shit. It's all or nothing. And I choose nothing. It's crazy that you're worried about a pedophile soul and not talking about the victim that would have to endure their trauma for the rest of their life. Right. Right. Like it's the whole thing is just insane. And the reason why they don't, get this, the reason why they don't worry about the victim's soul, so to speak, is because when the victim ages out of contention, out of preference, once they become 12 years in one day, they now have to be groomed for their adult male that's going to marry them at 13 and start making babies. But for the boys, once they turn 15, 16, even the girls to some degree, but the boys for sure, all they're going to do is transcend their sins onto another child. And then they have their redemption themselves. So they don't worry about the soul of the victim, because the victim will just pass on that victimhood to another child, and then they will be redeemed. And because they're surrounded by it, because that's what everybody thinks and everybody says, it works. That's what happens. They feel cleansed after doing it. Instead of feeling disgusting and guilty, they feel like a sense of redemption. My doctor is friar, my lawyer is friar, I have friar neighbors. They don't believe in any of this stuff. Oh yeah, you've talked to them about it? You've been like, hey, by the way, I watched this guy on YouTube and he says these things. Is any of it true? Do you really think they're going to tell you if it is? Are you a Goyim? If you're a Goyim, they're going to tell you, no, it's not the Talmud. It's the Torah. Right? The Talmud is like the Old Testament. We don't. That's just old. They're not going to tell you the truth. Oh yeah, every weekend, every 2 weeks, we have our soul correction where we stand in a big circle naked and read psalms and do all kinds of shit, sing songs, and then the children are in the circle, in the center circle, and they're naked as well. And then after the Torah lesson, we rape them. Yeah, that happens all the time. Why? Why do you ask? You really think they're going to tell you the truth? Here we go again. It doesn't hurt them, and you don't really... He says it again. It doesn't hurt them. Do you see what I mean? This fucker just acknowledged it again. It doesn't hurt them to fucking cut them and then suck on it. That doesn't hurt them. It's just... It's how they get their covenant with God. You don't really care about the kids. That's your excuse. You just want to hate, and you found a group of people you could release your racist tendencies on. Yep. I am the bad guy because I say all the time we need to protect the Jewish children first and foremost. Like, again, how do you say you're guilty without actually saying you're guilty, right? This is what I mean. Joe acknowledges that he's a pedophile on a regular basis. If you think sucking on baby dicks doesn't fucking hurt them, you're insane. And then again, there's soul correction, which is much worse. You've never read the Talmud, but I'm very aware that it's a very old opinion of rabbis. It's not the Torah. Right. The Talmud says that if the child is under 3 years and 1 day, then the rape doesn't actually happen. Because if it's a girl, her hymen will grow back. And again, this must have to really do with the micro penis thing, that they can justify that it's they literally say in the Talmud that it's akin to a poke in the eye. A poke in the eye. To rape a child less than 3 years and 1 day is a poke in the eye. Like, their book specifically says, oh, if a Goyim rapes a child, they should be put to death. But if we do it, if the child is less than 3 years and 1 day, then it didn't really even happen. And if the child is older than 3 years and 1 day, then, and between 12 years and 1 day, now the rapist owes the family the, quote, full dowry, which is 50 shekels or 100 dinars. And the victim now essentially belongs to the rapist somewhere in between a wife and a slave. At 12 years and 1 day, they age out of it. And you know, there's still people that are going to assault them, no doubt. But from 12 to 13, at 12 years old, they generally get selected, right? By an adult male. 20s, 30s, whatever it is. He selects who he wants. And from 12 to 13, they're groomed to the likings of that suitor. Once they have their bat mitzvah at 13, they legally become an adult in one specific way. They're not allowed to vote. They're not allowed to like have businesses and shit. They still have to go. They're still under their parents' houses. The parents are no longer responsible for the child's misgivings. But the child is also now no longer a child and can marry and essentially be fucked by older men without there being any sort of consequence. That's literally all it is. And so, you know, this is their Talmudic law. This is when you have places like Lakewood, New Jersey, and Curious Joel that brag about the fact that they live by Talmudic law. Well, this is part of it, and they're very strict about it. So if they're very strict about their Talmudic law, if you think they're not doing metzitzia, or they're not taking advantage of this the 3-year and 1 day thing, because it makes the Goyim upset, you're fucking stupid. Right? Of course they're doing this. And there's an article which will be linked in the description. It'll be the third link in the description called The Bottom of Darkness. It's an Israel Hayom article. Right? Israel Hayom is Israel's #1 free daily newspaper distributed by the Adelson family. Most read #1 free paper in Israel. And on April 23rd, 2025, the Bottom of Darkness article came out, which details the soul correction and the ritual sexual assault that is everywhere in Israel and is much worse than people say or people think. Like, it's repeated, said over and over again. One, mock drowning rituals, which they mentioned 3 or 4, like it's like 3 separate times, but on the 3rd time they go into detail about it. So it's mentioned like 5 times, 6 times altogether because of the detail that goes into it. But mock drowning rituals are a really common thing. And if you look at Naomi Elkin's story, that's what we have. We have some soul correction rituals gone wrong. Some children were killed, and you know, and it got covered up by the adult woman sat on her baby while the bathtub filled up. And she drowned her 3-year-old after stabbing and then drowning her 22-month-old. Yet she's not wet at all. Her clothes aren't wet at all. And there's obviously been a cleanup that's been done. Not to mention the crime scene is completely contaminated with like 30 different friar men walking in and out. But this guy just fucking said it again. He doesn't think that sucking on a baby's... He doesn't think that hurts them, so there shouldn't be an issue with it. Right? How fucking gross is that? Google Mishnah Nida 5:4. It talks about 3 years and 1 day. Well, let's do that.
There's stories from the Testament, like who acts as their case defender when another excuse provided is that the abuse so often rendered so bad. Just
Oops.
deny it. It seems like I'm the only I deserve their favor.
Yeah, it won't. I have to look it up separately. Alright. Oh well. We'll come back. Mishnah Nida 5:4 establishes that a girl who is 3 years and 1 day old attains a specific legal status in friar law where intercourse with her is recognized as legally valid. Before this age, physical newborns with physical relations with a minor are considered legally and physically ineffective. Ineffective is the word? Do you have any real proof of this claim? Somebody cries. Oh, wow, I was way behind. Are legally and physically ineffective. What the fuck does that mean? The Mishnah details several concrete legal consequences for a 3-year-old girl. She can, of course, if her deceased husband's brother engages in yibum, which is levirate marriage. What's levirate? Levirate? Engages in carnal relations with her, I assume. The act is binding. Engaging in intercourse with her without authorization constitutes the capital offense of adultery. Ritual impurity. She conveys ritual impurity to the person who has had intercourse with her. What? Turum writes, if she is married to a Cohen, a friar priest, she gains the right to eat teruma, the sacred priestly gifts. So if the priests are the ones doing it to her, forbidden relations. If a male relative or person who commits a forbidden sexual act in the Torah has intercourse with her, the man is subject to the death penalty while the girl is exempt because she is a minor. What does that even mean? Wow. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. So this is Serafina.org. After the birth of an iron and the mother is known there. A baby girl who is even 1 day old who experiences an emission of blood becomes impure with the impurity of a menstruating woman. A baby girl who is 10 days old who experiences an emission of blood for 3 consecutive days after the conclusion of the 7 days fit for menstruation becomes impure with the impurity of Ziva and is therefore obligated to observe 7 clean days before immersion. A baby boy, even one who is 1 day old, becomes impure with the impurity of Ziva and becomes impure with the impurity of leprous marks and becomes impure with the impurity of imparted by the with impurity imparted by a corpse, and he creates a levirate bond requiring the widow of his childless brother to enter into levirate marriage with him. What the fuck? What the fuck? And he exempts his widowed mother from the obligation of levirate marriage, freeing her to marry anyone she chooses. And if he enables his mother, an Israelite woman who is no longer married to his father, a priest, to continue to partake in teruma, and he disqualifies his mother, the daughter of a priest who is no longer married to his father, an Israelite man, from continuing to partake of teruma because the child is unfit to partake in teruma. What is teruma? It refers to a heave offering or a contribution separated and set apart for a holy purpose. Historically, this term most commonly refers to the biblical tithe, the agricultural offering given to the Kohanim, priests in ancient Israel as detailed in the Torah, the tabernacle contribution, the materials and wealth the Israelites donated to construct the Mishkan, the portable desert sanctuary, which is also the name of the weekly Torah portion in the book of Exodus. Modern day today, the term is frequently used to describe financial pledges or donations made to support synagogues, charities, or Torah study. We're talking about a 10-day-old child? Stop. Why would a 10-day-old child be required or anything like that? You are a little devil, Guy Williams. You preaching the teachings of Satan. Is that what this is? A girl who is 3 years and 1 day old, whose father arranged her betrothal, is betrothed through intercourse. Now, mind you, it's all here in Hebrew in case you don't understand. As the halalchic status of intercourse with her is that of intercourse in all halalchic senses. Right? So sex, intercourse, yes. And in a case where the childless husband of a girl 3 years and 1 day old dies, if his brother, the Yavam, engages in intercourse with her, he acquires her as his wife. I mean, this is just fucking insane. This is just fucking insane. Like, if I were to rewrite, if I was like, all right, we're going to write some new bylaws. We're going to write some bylaws for how man is supposed to exist from here on, right? We're going to write this is how man is supposed to behave. This is how people are supposed to behave. It would very, very specifically say, 14 or whatever, but being with someone like you can't just say this is not legal, that's legal, whatever. You can't just do that because. Where'd he go? Oh, you gotta go potty? Good boy. You're such a good boy. For sure. This is so fucking crazy. Like, I've always quoted the Talmud. Listen to this. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day old, whose father has arranged betrothal, is betrothed through intercourse. As the halalchic status of intercourse with her is that of intercourse in all halalchic senses. And in a case where the childless husband of a girl 3 years and 1 day old dies, if his brother, the Yavam, engages in intercourse with her, he acquires her as his wife. And if she is married, a man other than her husband is liable for engaging in intercourse with her due to violation of the prohibition against intercourse with a married woman. And if she is impure,
she's not a woman, she's a fucking toddler.
and if she is impure due to menstruation,
at 3,
she imparts impurity. Well, if she's bleeding from it, they're going to say, but it's micropenis. So yeah, but a micropenis is still going to wreck a 3-year-old, right? She imparts impurity to the one who engages in intercourse with her, who then renders impure all the layers of bedding beneath him, rendering them impure like the upper bedding covering a zav, in the sense that it assumes first-degree ritual impurity and does not become a primary source of ritual impurity, and it renders impure food and drink, but it does not render impure people and vessels. If she marries a priest, she may partake in terum, which is like...
pass her around?
No, it's like tithing, the 3-year-old. Like any other wife of a priest, if she is unmarried and one of the men who are unfit for the priesthood, e.g. a mamzer or Hillel, engaged in intercourse with her, he disqualifies her from marrying into the priesthood. And if she is the daughter of a priest, she is disqualified from partaking in terum, again, tithing and shit. Finally, if one of all those with whom relations are forbidden, as stated in e.g. her father or her husband's father, engaged in intercourse with her, they are executed by the court for engaging in intercourse with her, and she is exempt because she is a minor. If the girl is less than that age, younger than 3 years and 1 day, the status of intercourse with her is not that of intercourse in the halalchic senses. Rather, it is like placing a finger into the eye. Just as in that case, the eye constricts, sheds tears, and then returns to its original state. So too, in a girl younger than 3 years and 1 day, the hymen returns to its original state.
I don't know how you read this, Bill.
I have to. I just.
And we're the ones that should be treated like cattle.
Right, we're the bad ones. This is the most noble, thank you, noble people in the world. This is the chosen, what? If you're watching, like, share, and sub. If you give a shit about this, if this sounds awful to you, and you think other people need to know this shit while they're stealing our money, while they're about to send our kids off to die in their fucking bullshit ass, not a war, but genocide. If you are opposed to any of this shit, fucking share, guys. Like, share, sub. Help the fuck out. If we don't speak up, obviously nobody else is. You got people that are so distracted by this genocide, which is what it's supposed to do. They love to hide the worst thing behind something really bad. So when you try talking about metzitzia, they'll say shit like, what do you mean? Only 11 kids have ever gotten herpes from it. And of those 11 kids, only like 3 or 4 have died. And it's like, no, the herpes is secondary. The issue is that they can even possibly attain herpes. I mean, there are no spammers in here. There are just blind people that refuse to believe the truth. I mean, what this person is saying about if you don't like them, take all the references out of the Bible. Exactly. Yeah, if you take them all out of the Bible, then you don't have a Bible left. Because it's a Jewish fairy tale. All of the main characters are Jewish. They speak about the Gentiles, but they speak about us separately. Like it's those Gentiles over there. They never talk about us Gentiles. And they do mention us several times in the fucking Bible. It talks about us. It talks about we. The narrator is giving you our perspective, so to speak. But the people that say that they are promised land and all this shit, I just read you what they believe. Remember, places like Lakewood, New Jersey, like Curious Joel, like Huntington Woods, Michigan, like whatever openly friar neighborhood you have in your state or your town, whatever, your area, they live by Talmudic law, which means they live by this shit. And they don't just not do something because it bothers us. This is fucking nuts. In the case of a boy, 9 years and 1 day old, whose brother had died childless, who engaged in intercourse with his Yavama, his brother's widow, the status of that intercourse is that of halalchic intercourse, and he acquires her as his wife. But he cannot give her a bill of divorce if he chooses to end the marriage until he reaches majority. The fuck does that mean? And he becomes ritually impure after engaging in intercourse with a menstruating woman to the degree that he renders impure all the layers of bedding beneath him, such that they become impure like the upper bedding covering a zav. Let's see. You are simply a wicked anti-Semite. Accept the truth that Israel is our homeland and give us shit. God himself. Do not be blinded by hate. Stop listening to God. How come you're engaging in trying to talk to somebody else about not listening to me, but not debunking what I'm saying? And the thing is, you're telling him he shouldn't listen because you know if anybody listens to what I'm saying, they're going to be appalled. Anybody who hasn't been violently, viciously raped since they were children isn't going to think this is all okay. Guys, like, share, sub. They hate that we know this. That's what they're telling you. Stop reading. Stop listening to Guy. Stop it. He's telling you the truth. We can't have you Goyim out here hearing the truth. I have 11 viewers and 19 likes. 2,600 plus subscribers. 11 viewers and 19 likes. 13 and 20. Let's pop it, guys. Keep it going. Make this shit pop. Let people understand. I'm trying to give understanding. If you hear this stuff and you say, oh yeah, that's beautiful religious, doctrines and stuff, then we have a different problem. But shouldn't everybody know that this is what's happening in our fucking communities? This shit is everywhere. Accordingly, the bedding assumes first-degree ritual impurity status and does not become a primary source of ritual impurity, and it renders impure food and drink and does not render impure people and vessels. And if he is disqualified from the priesthood and the woman with whom he engages in intercourse is the daughter of a priest, he disqualifies her from partaking in teruma. But if he is a priest who marries an Israelite woman, he does not enable her to partake of teruma. And if he engages in bestiality, what? He disqualifies the animal from being sacrificed upon the altar? What? And the animal is stoned due to his act. The animal is punished If he engages in bestiality with, this is their fucking law. They want you to be scared of Sharia law? You were supposed to be like, oh, Sharia law is coming. Sharia law is coming. What the fuck is this? Incoming Tel Aviv bots, abso-fucking-lutely. Act.il does not, like, he flat out said it. Stop listening to Guy Williams. You should not listen to what I'm saying. Not, this guy is wrong. This guy is making this shit up. You know, it's okay that we do this because he just wants you to stop listening to what I'm saying. They're going to stone an animal because a man raped it. It's just shocking. Like, it's just like you don't think this is possible. There's no possible way that this is how this shit works, right? You just can't possibly think about this. And that whole 109 countries thing, notice how they never talk about why? Nobody ever talks about why. Why were they kicked out of so many countries? Why are they so hated? You think it has to do with this shit? This is all about, like, I mean, it's hard to actually talk about it because it's so fucked up. Intercourse, it's not intercourse with children. It's rape. But that all you have to do is rape a 3-year-old and now she's your wife? She belongs to you? This is fucking insane. Nazi propaganda. You can go, it's Nazi propaganda. You know, the National Socialist Zionist movement. I love when somebody's dumb enough to bring up the Nazis. You want to talk about the Havara Agreement? Where the Nazis provided for 60,000 friars to move from Germany to Palestine and start colonizing? 10,000 per year? 10,000 of them per year? You know, I know everybody watching me, when you were growing up, if you're my age, if you're in your 40s or older, you were stuck having the month-long World War II, you know, hollowhokes, propaganda, blah blah blah. You were forced into this narrative for a month every single year. Reading about Anne Frank and all this other bullshit that you were like, I don't even like this. This is dumb. But you were forced to. And then once you got, you know, once Schindler's List came out, well, we had to watch that shit too. Right? And I know that I was told that the reason Israel was established in 48 was because of what happened to them in the hollowhokes. And it was like reparations and shit. Even though they'd been invading since at least the 1880s. But I know that when I was learning about these things in my history class, I never ever heard a teacher one time mention Zionist federations or the Jewish Agency, the Anglo-Palestine Bank that was run by the Jewish Agency. I never heard about these Zionist federations. What the fuck are we talking about? And I never ever heard about the Havara Agreement. Haavara. Havara Agreement. Or maybe it's Havaara. But I know that the reason why you never hear about it is because it completely destroys the narrative. Do you guys know that the whole 6 million bullshit only supposedly happened between 41 and 45? of basically a 5-year time frame. Did you know that? Did you know that there were only 3 million friars in Europe at the time and most of them escaped here? So where 6 million comes from is anybody's guess. But if it was 6 million over a 5-year time span, that would mean 3 every single minute for 5 years straight. Every single minute. 3 of them had to go. Do you think that's possible? The whole pizza argument, could you make 6 million pizzas in that time? Could you bake 3 pizzas every single minute? And mind you, you don't just light humans on fire. We're full of we're 70% water and shit. You need a lot of specific chemicals that weren't ever accounted for. But to obtain the heat necessary for crematoriums, you need specific chemicals. It's not just like some wood in a fire. That doesn't work. Like how kilns work, you have to feed chemical into it to achieve the high temperatures you're looking for. 3 per minute. Do you think that's possible? Anyway, and if he engages in intercourse with all those with whom relations are forbidden, as stated in the Torah, e.g., his aunt or his mother, they are executed by the court due to having engaged in intercourse with him because they are adults. But he is exempt because he's a minor. Nazi propagandist, liar, and white supremacist. Ooh. Them sound like accusations. Them sound like coward words. What Nazi propaganda am I engaging in? Please tell me which thing. Can you be more specific? You're trying to win the argument here. And if you're going to win the argument, you have to be specific in what I'm getting wrong. If you're watching, you enjoy this content, like, share, and sub. Go live every day at 8:30. If I'm not live here, I'm live on the Facebook page. There will be links in the description. If you can't get those, go to a previous video. They're in the description. There's also another Facebook or another YouTube page. Just search for Spaghetti the Cat or Spaghetti the Kitten. You'll find it. With regard to a girl who is 11 years old and 1 day, her vows are examined to ascertain whether she is aware of the meaning of her vow and in whose name she vowed. Once she is 12 years and 1 day old and has grown 2 pubic hairs, who fucking checks this shit? Oh my God. The thing is, again, as horrible as this, I knew it was bad. I just didn't, It's one of these things where if you look into it, the more you look into it, the worse it looks. You never look into this and go, oh, wow, that sounds good. That sounds okay. That's not horrible. This is just insane. I cannot believe this is how this works. And of course, none of the identified friars here are going, holy shit, I had no idea that this is what I supported. I had no idea that this is what it said. Instead, they're saying I should stop talking or you guys should stop listening. They're not justifying it. They're not, validating it. They're not making any of this sound better. They're just basically telling you that you need to stop talking. Shut up, stupid Goyim. This is fucking crazy, man. Grown 2 pubic, ugh. Nope, I'm sorry, there's only 1. Come back in a week. Which is a sign of adulthood. Even without examination, her vows are in effect. And one examines her vows through the entire 12th year until her 12th birthday. With regard to a boy who is 12 years old and one day, his vows are examined to ascertain whether he is aware of the meaning of his vow and whose name is it. Once he is 13 years and one day and has grown 2 pubic hairs, even without examination, his vows are in effect. And one examines his vows through the entire 13th birthday. Blah. Prior to that time, 11 years and one day for a girl and 12 years and one day for a boy, even if they said, we know in whose name we vowed and in whose name we consecrated, their vow is not a valid vow, and their consecration is not a valid consecration. After this time, 12 years and one day for a girl and 13 years and one day for a boy, blah, 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 even if they said this, that, it is a valid consecration. The sages stated a parable, based on the development of the fruit of a fig tree with regard to the 3 stages of development in a woman: minority, young womanhood, and grown womanhood. An unripe fig, a ripened fig, and a ripening fig, and a ripe fig. An unripe fig represents the stage when she is still a child and has not yet developed the signs of puberty. A ripening fig represents the days of her young womanhood when she reaches 12 years and one day and has developed 2 pubic hairs. With regard to the periods, both during this stage, minority, and during that stage, young womanhood, the sages said that her father is entitled to any lost object that she finds that cannot be returned to its owner, and to her earrings, and to nullification of her vows. A ripe fig represents the stage of grown womanhood. Once she has reached her majority, her father no longer has authority over her. He can no longer nullify her vows and does not have claim to lost objects found by her, and her earrings belong to her. What are the signs that indicate grown womanhood? Rabbi Yossi gives a shit. Grown womanhood begins when her breast grows sufficiently so that a fold appears below the breast. Imagine all of the examinations these little girls go through. Oh, Rabbi Avika says, it begins from when the breasts sag to the chest, onto the chest. Ben Azai says, it begins when the areola of the tip of the breast darkens. Rabbi Yossi, who the fuck are all these pieces of shit that get to add to this? How come none of them says, shut the fuck up? This is Rabbi Reality, and he says, shut the fuck up, what the fuck are you doing? Jesus Christ. Rabbi Yossi says, it begins when the breasts have developed to a size where a person places his hand on the nipple and it depresses and slows to return. Ugh. A girl 12 years and one day old who grew to, I'm not saying it, is classified as a young woman. 6 months later, she becomes a grown woman. Oh, but a woman who is 20 years old who did not grow 2 hairs and was never classified as a young woman shall bring proof that she is 20 years old, and from that point forward she assumes the status of a sexually undeveloped woman, an Elanet, who is incapable of bearing children. Is this a common thing in their world? Oh, look, I lost a like. I had 21 and I lost it. Somebody heard something they didn't like and was like, oh, fuck this guy. Stop projecting so much hillbilly. I'm reading your shit. Do you understand that? Friars will say, but it doesn't harm them. The friar has said that. Right? He has said this shit. He keeps saying it. Well, it doesn't hurt them to suck on it, so what's the problem? If she married and her husband died childless, she neither performs Haletzah nor does she enter into levirate marriage, as the mitzvah of levirate marriage applies only to a woman capable of conceiving a child. An Elanit is excluded from that mitzvah. So is this a thing that happens in their community where they're so abused and so just broken that their body never develops? I've never heard of this before. I mean, I would assume like it's a very rare thing, but to be included in your fucking book seems like it's pretty common. It was weird. For a second there, I was just getting tons of likes and the view count kept going up. What happened? Did suddenly a whole bunch of Goyim be like, fuck this guy? Like, what is happening? Every time they open the channel a little bit, the feed just starts flooding and they, oh shit, fuck, shut it down. This is weird, don't you think? When you compare me to someone like Rathbone or just fucking literally anyone. Ian Carroll, who has still disappeared. I never trusted Ian Carroll, and now I know why. Nobody's talking about it either. Nobody talks about how he got everyone to download a software to their phone for free that probably gave Israel a backdoor into their phone or into their computer. Let's see. Everybody is tired of your lies, misinformation, anti-Semitism, and Nazi propaganda. Everybody doesn't seem that way. Seems like there's at least 22 people who like it. But I'm still waiting for you to actually address something instead of continuously proving how inbred stupid you guys are, that you keep having to use these desperate blanket statements. I mean, you understand that I'm reading your shit. If I'm lying, then this is lying. Like, what part am I lying about? You think I could come up with this bullshit? I've been saying this stuff for a long time, and I had no idea it was this bad. Why, if I'm going to make it up, didn't I just make it up this bad from the beginning? Manipulating and twisting the Holy Talmud to push your anti-Semitic narrative is all this is. What am I manipulating and twisting? Your shit flat out says you attain a 3-year-old by having intercourse with her. What the fuck are you talking about? I am so interested in how you're going to deny this. Please, Mordecai. Please. Let's see how you come out of this. It's been influenced. Shut up. You Christians, you're like just second tier at this point. Even though it's so much more, prevalent, it just doesn't matter. And I think if you can expose Judaism for what it is, it'll trickle down into Christianity. Obviously, why do you think all the clergy wear yarmulkes underneath their hats and shit? Why do you think fucking pedophilia is the one thing that the church is known for more than anything else? The church seems to prefer boys, though. So you want to be a friar? That's why you're so angry? No. Nobody wants to be a pedophile. It sure would be nice to have that Semitism, that policy and predisposition favorable. But to pay for it, to have to be raped consistently from 3 years in one day to 12 years in one day through disgusting soul correction rituals, yeah, that's not worth it. Then to have to do it to another child to get my own redemption, fuck no. And it's funny how, again, even though you guys are saying dumb shit, it still gets addressed. And we just blow you up with how stupid you sound. But you don't do that back. You don't seem to address anything being said. Instead of addressing what's said, instead of, denying or engaging in any of this or explaining any of this, because I'm twisting it. So untwist it. Make it sound okay. Tell us why 3-year-olds are okay. Therefore, if his married brother dies childless, he neither performs halatzo nor enters into levirate marriage with the young. This is the statement of blah, 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 blah. For both the case of the woman and the case of the man, they shall bring proof that they are 18 years old, and they assume the status of sexually undeveloped women and men respectively. So this happens in both men and women, so much so that it has to be included in their shit. Rabbi Eliza says, the status of the male is determined in accordance with the statement of who gives a fuck, i.e. he assumes the status of a sexually undeveloped man at the age of 20, and the status of the female is determined in accordance with the statement of who gives a fuck, i.e. she assumes the status of a sexually undeveloped woman at the age of 18. The reason is that the woman is quick to reach physical maturity and reaches the stage before the man reaches physical maturity. If the lower sign of puberty, 2 hairs, appears in a young woman before the upper sign, development of breast, appears, then she is an adult, as the hairs are an unequivocal sign. Therefore, if her childless husband dies, and she came before her husband's brother for a levirate marriage, she either performs the ritual through which a yavam frees a yavama of her levirate bonds, or enters into levirate marriage with her husband's brother. If the upper sign indicating puberty appeared before the lower sign appeared, we gotcha. Although that order of development is apparently impossible, Rabbi Meir says, yes, it's impossible. In fact, it is possible for the breast to develop before the growth of the hairs, and the concern is that the 2 hairs did not grow and fall out, but rather they never grew in the first place, which would mean that she remained a minor. Therefore, if her childless husband dies, she neither performs halitza nor does she enter into levirate marriage with her husband's brother. And, the rabbi says, she has reached majority, and therefore, if the childless husband dies, she either performs, enters, and that's due to the fact the sages said it is possible for the lower sign of purity before the upper, but it is impossible for the upper sign. Similar in boys, where it's impossible for the upper sign to appear before the lower, there is an analogous principle with regard to the mutual descendancy of 2 items. Any earthenware vessel with a hole that enables entry of liquid into the vessel certainly enables, thereby ceases to be a mixed with the ash of the red heifer. And there are holes that enable exit of liquids from earthenware vessels, but do not enable entry of liquids from the outside of the vessel, and therefore it remains a vessel. Likewise, in any limb of the body where there is a nail, there is certainly a bone in it as well. If it is the limb of a corpse, it transmits impurity through contact, movement, and in a tent, if it is, and even if its size is less than that of an olive bulk. Are they talking about their micro penises? And there are limbs in which there is a bone, yet there is not a nail in it. That limb does not transmit impurity if a tent, or in a tent, if its size is less than that of an olive bulk. This just gets so weird. Like it's not already. I am just fucking floored. Jesus, man. Oh, look at me. I give a fuck about what you think. People need to understand too what kosher is, right? Kosher is sort of a joke in our society. Oh, is everything kosher? We all think kosher food has to do with blessings, and it doesn't. The blessing part is the disguise. Everything they do has a disguise, and then the real thing. The real thing with kosher food is that the animal is thoroughly searched, thoroughly examined, to make sure that there are no blemishes or imperfections, basically no tumors, no cancers or anything in the animal. And as long as the animal is clean of cancers and tumors, then it's considered kosher and they can eat it. If they find any of those blemishes, they just take it to the McDonald's, they feed it to us. You ever wonder why you never see fryers at McDonald's? They know better. Right? This is how this works, man. They've tricked you. The narrative that, oh, kosher food is gross, bland food, and blah, blah, blah. It's so you don't eat it. Everyone should eat kosher food. If they eat it, then it's okay. It's safer than what we eat. Right? See, fryer food's like cardboard with vomit. See, that's the narrative we're supposed to have. And sure, maybe when they cook it, it's gross. I mean, that was a fucking 3-year-old child that sort of had to figure out how to cook and shit. Became a wife at 3. She's probably not the best cook in the world. Learning from another woman who experienced the same shit. But the ingredients they use, that's what I'm talking about. You should be eating, if you're going to eat meat, eat kosher meat. It's the same shit, it's just been searched. It's just been checked for blemishes. Guys have to wake up, man. They're not preparing. They haven't been preparing for nothing. They're not building all the fucking ICE detention centers all over the place that nobody's talking about. They're not all the FEMA camps and all that shit that exist. Those aren't just for show. They're not just for show that doesn't get shown, right? Because you're not supposed to know about them. The only reason you know about them is because of secret shit that supposedly leaked through. McDonald's is complete garbage. No way is it all 100% beef in the name of the company, and it's not kosher. Exactly. It's people. Look up the interview with Rabbi Finkelstein. Rabbi Finkelstein went on he was a call-in guest or whatever on a radio show of a guy who was known to be super Christian, like obviously a dumbass. But Finkelstein was on there and he said everything. You know, we use the kids for the rituals and then we dispose of the bodies by giving them to McDonald's and shit. People don't understand just how many people, children especially, not just go missing, but disappear. They're never found. This dumbass cop just let this woman go to the bathroom. Let her go to the bathroom by herself, and then she flushed. Well, what a dumbass cop you are. Shmuley is a weirdo. Shmuley is disgusting. And Shmuley's parents fit this narrative. So, Shmuley said one time that he was the youngest of 5 children, had her when she was 24, after her parents had taken a break from having children. He's also admitted that his father is 10 years older than his mother. If she had him at 24 after taking a break, well, basically, they were having kids every 2 years. That's about, you know, what is it? It's like every 20 months or 22 months or something, almost 2 years. If you really are pushing it and you don't care about the woman's health at all, then I guess they're pregnant like right after she gives birth. But, you know, women are pretty fucked up. They say it's like 2 months. You should wait or so till you have sex again. Till you have sex again. A woman getting pregnant twice in a row like that is hard on the woman. To say that it's 4 times in a row is just awful, right? Unless, of course, she's really young and her body, you know, you're young, that youth heals you better than age does. At 24 and took a break, that would mean she was at least 21, or at the most 21, when she had his next oldest sibling. And if they had the children every 2 years at that point, you're talking about 8 years. 21 minus 8 is 13. Meaning, they fit that narrative. From 12 to 13, she's groomed. At 13, she has her bar mitzvah. They wait the 6 months, it said, 6 months. And at 6 months, well, then they start consummating. I mean, this even goes back to your Jesus, right? This is one of these things that you guys just don't understand. Oh, we've got another one from Mordecai. You morons know nothing of Jewish food. Oh, so now you're gonna actually address the food comment and then give examples of different food. But when it comes to addressing anything else, it's just blanket statements. My God, are you predictably stupid? Predictably stupid. Right? They always address dumb shit. They never address the real thing. Right? It's just so fucking obvious. It's insane. Go. What's going on? Man, I hot shit's gonna destroy me? Oh yeah? What's it waiting for? What's it waiting for? Man, I was going to say something I forgot. That level of stupidity threw me off, I got to say. When will you learn, Guy Williams? Nobody believes your hatred and white supremacist rhetoric. What about... See, not only do you do the fucking bunch of examples with the food, now you go right back to the blanket bullshit. Nobody believes me, huh? So who keeps liking the feed? I got 24 likes right now with only 14 viewers. Which totally makes sense. Doesn't sound like censorship at all. Seems like there's a few people that believe me, especially considering I just read your shit. Like, I'm still waiting for you to explain how if I'm wrong, are you denouncing the Talmud? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the Talmud is wrong? It sounds like you're being pretty blasphemous, to tell you the truth. Mordecai, why are you being so blasphemous? Why are you denying your beliefs? Why are you not standing proudly for your beliefs? Seems kind of blasphemy. Yeah. You are promoting terrorism and hatred for Hashit's people. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. No, but Baal worship does include child sacrifice. I'll go, you missed it, man. I gotta send you a link to what I just read. Or you just watch the earlier shit. And in the before times, Abraham did worship Baal. Well, again, I don't like going into all that dumb shit. Like, who gives a fuck about that stuff? That's all fake. What Abraham thought and blah, I don't give a fuck. That's all their narrative that they create. What's important is what they believe is happening today. And today, they have inspection at the mikvah. Obviously, it's at the mikvah. The mikvah is made before the temple for worship is even made. When they move to a new area, the first thing they make is the mikvah, which is the ritual bath, the immersion bath. So that they can obviously... So what happens when a woman menstruates, after she's done menstruating, because she is impure as fuck. Like, in the home, she won't even hand her husband a spoon. She'll put the spoon on the table and then he picks it up. Right? Like, when she's menstruating, she is so off limits, he barely talks to her, if he even does. Because they're just so gross and toxic and impure because they're menstruating. When they're done menstruating, they go to the mikvah where they get checked. And if there's blood, they have to wait a week and come back. If there's no blood, they get to go into the bath, the immersion into this nasty-ass, stagnant-ass water that's has all these special rules. So it's not like it's a flowing source of water. It's not like it's clean water. And again, they're so dumb. They say it can't be filled with tap water. It has to be filled up through these special procedures. But it can be topped off using tap water. Which means, after so long, it's all just tap water. But that, again, they're just stupid, right? After the immersion into this old, it's steps go down into the water. It's like 4 or 5 feet deep. It's maybe the size of a bed. They go into it. They immerse themselves. It's got to be the nastiest fucking water. I mean, think about the hygiene and just how nasty this water would have to be. And then once they're immersed and they come out, they're pure. They got to run home so their husband will have sex with them. And remember, this is what I was going to say, the whole Mary and Joseph thing. Okay? Haven't you ever wondered how was it Mary was a virgin married to Joseph? Did that make sense to you? No. Right? It's always been one of those loopholes that people sort of joke about. Like, how was she married and still a virgin? Well, because she was betrothed to Joseph. Now, by all 99% of religious historians believe that Joseph was at least 50 years old. He was a widower. He had adult children of his own. He had a successful carpentry business. He was at least 50 years old. And the majority of the accounts say that he was either 80 or 90 years old. There are only a small percentage of people who say that Joseph was in his 20s. Because again, he was a widower. He has adult children. He can't be in his 20s. But Joseph was in his 20, or was at least 50, more than likely 80 or 90. And it's agreed across the board that Mary was between 12 and 14. Now, they only do the and 14 just like all pedophiles do it, right? All pedophiles will add a year or two to the victim's age when they're asked, or they'll take a few years off of their age to somehow make it sound better. So they'll be like, I think she was 15. And the guy will be like, well, she told you she was turning 15, right? Oh, yeah. They know she's not 15. They know she's 14. And with Mary, they only say that to make it sound better, but she was 12, right? The only way she could have been impregnated while being betrothed, and well, I mean, obviously she could have been betrothed to Joseph since she was 3, for all we know. But she was betrothed to Joseph, and they hadn't consummated the marriage yet, because maybe it was she was in that first 6-month time, or who knows what the fucking crazy, dumbass, fake reasoning is. But when you're discussing this, you have to discuss it accurately. You got to discuss the fairy tale accurately. You wouldn't talk about the 12 billy goats gruff. You wouldn't talk about Sleeping Beauty and the fucking, the 2 bears. The story is the way it is. It might not be an accurate story, but you got to tell it accurately. And so the only way that this could work out is that Mary was 12 and gave birth when she was 13. It has been thoroughly proven where, when, how that Ashkenazim are 100% or nearly 100% genetically descendants of the ancient Hebrew Israelites and ancient Hebrew populations. Again, you're just sort of saying dumb shit. Scientists have already proven that Ashkenazi friars are 90% to 100% ancient Israeli and Sephardism and blah, blah, blah. No, they haven't. What are you even talking about? Oh, you're so stupid. And again, when science is just as controlled as religion, it doesn't really matter. I live in a society that doesn't tell me about Tartaria, but there's a church on every corner. I live in a society where in the last year or two, a shit ton of scientists who are working on the same anti-gravity kind of stuff, and they that's one thing, but the alternative scientists, it's been going on much longer than a year, and they keep getting killed, shooting themselves in the head twice and stuff. If you're watching, like, share, and sub. We have 12 watchers and 25 likes. If this doesn't epitomize what censorship looks like, I don't know what does. All these other truthers out there that have 100, 200 views and they're flying and they're claiming that they're censored. What are you talking about? That's not censorship. Censorship is when people keep getting booted off your feed. Censorship is when they get attacked for watching your feed, and they get interfered with, and their phones get fucked up, and their phone calls and all kinds of shit starts coming into their world just for watching you. That's something else. I guess science is dumb. Yeah, a lot of it is, especially since a lot of it is controlled by if science was any true authority, religion wouldn't exist. Pretty simple. But science is just as controlled as anything else. If you're a scientist, if you're a whatever, and you happen to figure out that the Earth isn't what they tell us it is, they're just going to point to those other guys that mysteriously died and threaten to blacklist you. You know, you can be like a fucking, I'm a nuclear physicist who specializes in the splitting of atoms. I make $600,000 a year. I have all kinds of respect and you know, blah, blah, blah. I live in this great house. My children go to this great school. They all drive nice cars. Everybody has nice phones. My wife is a trophy wife. She has all the nice things. She belongs to the gym. She blah, 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 blah. It's all wrapped up in your image, in your position as your nuclear this, that, and the other. You also only have a few jobs available to you that you can actually, you know, make that living work. Where you basically do nothing all day. I'm a theoretical physicist. Oh, really? What do you do? I sit around and I theorize stuff. Yeah, it's cool. So many. Why do you think so many of them are friars? Right? Because they basically get this prestigious job, this prestigious title, this high paying with great insurance and all that shit, and they do nothing. They fuck around and tinker with shit. They figure out how they're going to fool us with the next thing. Look, as soon as I say, hey, look, share the video. It's a great example of censorship. 25 likes and 14 viewers. We get knocked down to 7. Totally makes sense, right? But if you get threatened, you're in your position and they say, listen, shut the fuck up about this, or you might end up like Billy Bob over there who, you know, shot himself in the head twice and his family. And if we don't, we'll just blacklist you. You won't be able to get another job like this anywhere. Where are you going to take that super expensive degree that you're probably still paying off? How are you going to pay for your $3,000 house payment and your, you know, $4,000 in car payments and insurances and all that shit? Gotta have fucking full coverage on your leased cars. You see these commercials for the Mercedes or you see the lease prices, and most rich people lease their shit. Only $800 a month with $3,000 down. And you got to get your fucking full coverage, so that's another. It's like $1,500 a year or a month. It's insane. But they threaten that, you know, your children. See, the thing is, and this is where Algo and I always butt heads. He thinks it's all about depopulation, and I don't think so. They didn't work to create this utopia that they live in just so they can throw it all away. And the only way you can have a utopia is if you have somebody to do all the work. They don't have machines. We don't have robots that can do that yet. Not everything. And robots are cold. You know, they like their slaves to be happy. They like their slaves to be fighting over each other to get to them. You know, they come out at any like I can attest to it from being in the service job, from valeting cars, from being a bellman, from being a waiter in multiple different establishments. You know? The rich guys, they know how to operate. So when they pull up, they give you the $20 tip before they go in. That way, you have their car sitting right out front. You see them coming, you have it all warmed up and ready, and they might even throw you another $5. If they do. If they don't, they already tipped you. And now next time, you'll see that car coming. You remember those things. And they just take care of you, and that buys that status. They love the idea of watching one of the Goyim go run off for their car for that extra little $5, that extra $10. Watch, he'll run his ass off for this. Watch, here's $10, buddy. Go get my car. They'll cut the line. Hey, man, here's $20. Go get my car real quick. Yes, sir. They love that shit. They want good, happy slaves. Happy slaves are better slaves. Slaves that don't know they're slaves. Again, when the Messiah arrives, they're all supposed to have 2,800 Gentile slaves. You challenge me so much that I am now terrified. Again, this is obviously that other dumbass. The one that got busted, you know, confirming that metzitzia is part of their shit, their ritual. Because he loves to bolster himself. He loves to make himself feel better by telling me how I'm feeling because of his fucking fantastic efforts. That's why I can't read comments. I forget the fuck I was talking about. This is so funny. This is so fucking funny. What was I talking about? Oh, I get so lost. There's just so much of it. There's just so fucking much of it. And of course, he's not going to say what I was talking because he doesn't want me destroying it. Because I just destroy all of your shit. It's all so easy to destroy. It's not like it's good. We're not talking about something good here. What the fuck was I just talking about? Jesus. A car accident, the car's flipped over and the dog's in there like, what's going on here? My neck and my back, Jesus. We invented vaccines. Of course you did. Oh yeah, the 2,800 slaves. There we go. Thanks for the reminder. So, they believe that they all get 2,800 slaves. And the way they present it makes it sound stupid so people don't take it seriously. Because nobody's going to be like, yeah, that little fucking weasel is going to keep 2,800 of us in a line. No way. But that's not what they believe. Because they already understand bondage slaves and shit, those aren't the slaves they want. They could enslave things. They could make things a lot worse. But that would be sad. They want their slave to be fucking happy, to be running for their... Thank you, sir. Have a great day, sir. They love that shit. And so what they actually believe is that each one of them will have 2,800 of us who realize their spiritual superiority and want to be their slaves. We volunteer to be their slaves. That's the fucking... And it's so much worse. Again, they hide the worst thing behind the bad thing. The idea of us being slaves is awful, but it's crazy. It's stupid. But the idea that we decide to worship them... And again, you like... It's not legitimately 2,800 on a farm or something. It's that in order to live the life they want to live, where they do what they want to do, the free houses, free cars, free food, you know, free mansions, they need 2,800 of us doing what we do. People don't understand their lives go into making that happen. From the fan itself, the light bulb, you know, all the people that go into the manufacturing of the light bulb, all of the people that go into the manufacturing of the metal that is used in the light bulb, the wives of those people, the clothes that they wear, the people that make all the clothes, the people who feed all of the line. the electrical work, all the electric lines, all the fucking, the grid, the power system, all that. And again, all the people that go into feeding those people, all the people that go into clothing those people, the cars that they drive, the gas that's in the car, and it's just this huge network of fucking slaves. And it's basically already happening. $38 billion in 10 years, $3.8 billion a year. Turns into 15 billion shekels each year. We give it to them. We work our asses off. We struggle through life so they can live their utopia. That is what Israel was always supposed to be, a utopia. You are manipulating the definition. The 2800 means nothing like in the 18. See, this guy is so dumb that I literally just said that. You are manipulating things that fit your narrative. It refers to the 2800 voluntary Gentile servants. Like, you just literally, like, again, you're so dumb, you're going to have to use another profile again because you just verified what I just said. We're not bondage slaves. We're not chattel slaves. We recognize the spiritual superiority and volunteer. Didn't I just fucking say that? You dumb friar. You dumb piece of shit friar. Like, you pedophile piece of shit. This is exactly what, this is how are we losing to such stupidity? They are, if you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel stupid. How are we losing to these? How are we letting that level of stupidity divide us by our color, by our sexuality, by our sexual identity? Man, woman, blah, blah. How are we letting these fucking idiots, they are this goddamn stupid, and they've tricked you into believing in a sky daddy, so you shut the fuck up? Like, I just don't understand how they're so successful. Oh, look, we lost another like. Somebody did like what I was saying, but then they didn't like what I was saying. These guys are so stupid, they keep validating what I'm saying. This motherfucker thinks that because it doesn't hurt the children, there's nothing wrong with it. Which means he can fucking abuse anyone as long as he tells himself that it's not hurting them. Oh, these kids like it. 3 years old, they like it, so it doesn't hurt them, so what's up? Notice how quiet they all got when we were reading that shit? 3 years and 1 day, you betrothed to the girl by fucking intercourse. And if it's less than 3 years and 1 day, it just doesn't really count because everything grows back and it's like a poke in the eye. Yeah, it constricts. Yeah, there are tears, but eventually everything goes back to normal, just like the hymen will grow back. And remember, the majority of these kids, they might go to public school till they're like 11 or 12, but then they get taken out for yeshiva. And if they even go to public school. So the reality is, they've been getting this propaganda bullshit fed to them their entire lives. They see it everywhere. Their parents do it, their uncles and aunts, their cousins, everybody is involved in this fucking narrative. And they just think, oh yeah, it's okay. 3 years and 1 day, what's up? I can't wait. She's fucking 2.5, and man, is she hot. I can't wait to get her. I've already done it, but it's just a poke in the eye, so I can't wait to finalize things. Finalize the contracts and to make this thing official when she turns 3 years and 1 day. You should recognize the truth, blah, blah. Look at this dumb ass shit. Pedophile Joe is trying to change the subject to dinosaurs, flat earth, anything he can get you to talk about outside the fact that he thinks it's okay to violate children as long as it doesn't hurt them. Only a pedophile would think that way. It doesn't, no, I make them feel good. It doesn't hurt them. They feel good. You've had that stuff happen to you before, right? Didn't it feel good when it was to you? Well, why wouldn't it feel good to the children? Do you know how sick you have to be to be one of these fucking friars? And I couldn't be. You say, why do you address the friars? Because of this. I walk them into saying the most horrendous things. Verifying and validating all of my claims. You couldn't ask for anything better, right? I'm nervous about your last statement. Yeah, because I believe your hashit's going to do something. Gotcha. Jesus, man. I just, it's weird. Like, this is one of those things, like when October 7th false flag happened, where no Israelis were killed or taken hostage. Like, you know, yeah, I told you so. Yeah, I called this 6 months ago. Yeah, but I didn't feel good about it. It's one of these things that you just wish you're wrong about. God, I wish I looked in the Talmud. I wish I looked up what that dude said. Go look up this. And when I did it, it was, you know, I was like, oh, wow, I guess I'm wrong. I guess the Talmud doesn't say anything like that. Instead, you look it up and it's worse than you think. It's the animal's fault if a man has sex with the animal. Well, rapes the animal. No, the animal likes it. It's okay. It doesn't hurt the animal. Animals have sex. We have a micro penis, so it doesn't really hurt anybody. Like I said, why do you think it's such common practice for Israelis after they raid the Palestinian houses, after they've killed the people and now they're raiding the houses, to find the women's underwear drawers and put the you know, the lacy underwear, the bra, whatever, put it on over their fatigues and shit, and then pose for pictures. Why do you think that is? It's because they're so fucking, they're so, like, the idea of the woman enjoying herself, feeling pretty, whatever it might be, is so foreign to them that it's fascinating. Why do they have these bras and panties and shit? Why do they care what the woman, you know, if the woman feels sexy or gets off or has any sort of pleasure? They don't. I mean, Megyn Kelly said the micro penis thing, and Israel puts out this AI video of Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. Candace Owens is driving the OJ truck. Megyn Kelly is sitting shotgun, and Tucker Carlson is sitting in the back seat, like with a beard and a vest, a bomb vest, going, "Hello Akbar," and saying all this shit. Like, it's just so ridiculous. But Megyn Kelly keeps saying, "Oh, micro penis. I bet they have like." They're trying to make it sound like she's some kind of disgusting whore because she doesn't like a micro penis. And at one point, the character says, "Now I have a huge pussy, but not, but no pussy can feel a micro penis." And it's like, yeah, that's very true. Doesn't matter how. I mean, I guess like you understand that children's can, right? Children don't have pussies, so children have. I don't even want to say it. It's just fucking. It's just so foreign. It's just like, no, right? But you okay? You banged your head there, bud. You all right? But this whole thing is like, you know, the cops are surrounding the thing, and she's going, "I bet these cops have micro penises." No woman likes a micro penis. She's saying it and they're portraying it like she's wrong. Like women are totally okay with micro penises, and any woman that wants anything other than a micro penis must be a huge whore. That's this narrative. That's how insecure and stupid they are. That video didn't make Megyn Kelly look bad. That just confirmed that they all have micro penises and that they're really insecure about it. That's why that was Miga. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you to the fullest. Like seriously, that's you've this is what I mean. Like this is a learning thing for me at all times. Like I appreciate so much when somebody can educate me further than I am. Let's see. You have no fucking right to talk about October 7th. Do not speak about October 7th and the Hamas attacks. Yeah, there were no Hamas attacks. It's all fake. No Israelis died and no Israelis were taken hostage. It was all just fake. Why do you think nobody talks about the hostages anymore? Because the last thing they want is an investigation into anything that has to do with that. The hostages were supposedly the reason why Israel was okay. Like, the whole thing is just dumb to begin with. So, Israel thinks that Hamas has all these hostages randomly strewn throughout the country. Supposedly, they don't know where they are. Well, at least if they're still hostages, then you know Israel, at least on paper, doesn't know where they are. Because if they knew where they were, they would go get them, theoretically, right? But instead, Israel is just dropping bombs indiscriminately everywhere. How do they know they're not dropping bombs on hostages? Aha! Because it's all fake. It was all fake from the beginning. Everything you saw is staged. I literally looked up October 7th footage, and everything is just fake and stupid. There's nothing that proves what they say. You have one of the main videos shows the people supposedly at the concert that was still allowed to happen for some reason. But supposedly all these people are fleeing the concert. And you can hear pops in the background, but you can't actually see anything. And these people are getting out of their cars to go run out into an open field. You're going to get out of your metal car that can go 90 miles an hour to go run out into an open field to escape gunfire. It's just dumb. It's like you just have to be stupid to think anything of it. One of the main videos they have is supposedly this white car is coming down the street, and you see from the Hamas perspective, because apparently Hamas was wearing body cam footage that they then uploaded to Hamas.com or some shit. I don't know. It's so stupid. But it shows the Hamas guy firing at this white car that also happened to have a dash camera, and you can see the view from the dash camera because whoever had that also uploaded that footage, and then they can, like, do you know how stupid that is? It's as stupid as when people started questioning the flying go-kart narrative. Instead of Hamas just letting people not believe Israel, Hamas was like, hey, we don't want people calling Israel a liar. Here, let's upload that video we took of us training. We'll upload our Hamas training video. And we'll show everybody, like, yeah, see? This is our, so Israel wasn't lying. We actually had flying go-karts, and this was us training on. You know how stupid that is? It's all just fake. It's all fake. So the thing is, again, this is one of those things where being me really helps. Because I'm not talking about somebody else's perspective. I'll tell you from my own perspective, on November 7th, 2023, because I had already experienced it myself, and I'd heard about it plenty of times, where the Wikipedia page is created before the event, or a fundraiser is created before the event. Like with Handy Sook, a bunch of different fundraisers were created and shit before what happened. Why nobody talks about it? Handy Sook has just been completely evaporated. Except for the lawsuit where the guy that wrote the book had to pay $100,000. So stupid. But I knew that they liked to do this. And I'd already checked before. One day I wanted to know what Israel and Russia's relationship was. Because, Israel wasn't... the whole Ukraine thing, obviously, for 3 weeks prior to the unprovoked invasion from Russia onto Ukraine, Israel was flying 3 757, 4, whatever the biggest jets are, 3 of them nonstop for 3 weeks, bringing anyone who wanted to leave, Kiev especially, into Israel, give them their little house. Like, who do you think they've been building all these settlements for, right? And so, at the time, the Prince Andrew thing was all over the news. And Virginia Giuffre was still saying she was going to take it all the way through. They tried to distract us with that bullshit convoy. Remember the convoy? The convoy. And as, people like me are going, well, how are they getting gas? And then they bring out, oh, look, there's a line of people with gas tanks. Each gas tank can hold 2 gallons. Let's see these people walk with full gas, each of them with a 2 or 3 gallon gas tank in their hands. You know that semis hold like 100 gallons, so what are they filling 1 tank up per day? Come on. What about all the stolen product in the convoy? Is nobody going to be responsible for that? My wife saw one day the news was interviewing a guy who was in a meat truck. Stinks. It's all obviously gone rotten. I just want to get home and take a shower, blah, blah, blah. And he wasn't responsible for stealing all that meat. They had the funds. They're raising funds for the families. Well, how does that work? What do they call in and say, yeah, my husband's this trucker, and then they get dispersed? Come on. Do you understand how stupid all that shit was? Well, it started falling apart. And then suddenly, Virginia Giuffre says, oh, you know what? I'm going to take the 16 million pounds and I'm going to bounce. And the whole thing just goes away. The very next day, the mask mandates were lifted. Suddenly, we didn't have to wear masks anymore. All across the country, every governor at the same time woke up that morning like, today's a good day to lift the mask regulations for no reason whatsoever. But that didn't work either. What about those Epstein tapes? What about those? And so they did the unprovoked invasion of Russia on Ukraine. Now, there's a lot of sources that say Putin is invading because, these friars have all these disgusting trafficking factories and chemical labs and all this shit that really does make sense. And, we call it them crane for a reason. Just replace the U with a J and it makes a lot more sense. Or put a J in front of it, actually. And it makes a lot more sense. If you've never asked yourself, why does the United States seem to care so much about Ukraine, especially Kiev? They bring us literally nothing. We get nothing from Ukraine. They don't supply any fucking desperate thing we need. They're not some great ally in that, they've come to our rescue. They're not strategically necessary in any way. Like, what the fuck do we care about that for? Oh, because it's one of the highest concentrations of them, especially in Kiev, in the region. Oh, well, that makes more sense then, doesn't it? Haven't you wondered why Ukraine kept asking for help from Israel? Have you ever seen any other country, any other conflict, where the people were like, why isn't Israel helping us? Israel doesn't help anybody. So why would anybody think they're going to help Ukraine? Why were they obligated to help Ukraine? Because it's them. And the reason why Israel didn't come to the defense of Ukraine outwardly is because Russia controls the airspace over Syria. And Israel wants to be able to do their bombing attacks on Iranian proxies operating out of Syria. And without the okay from Russia, that would start conflict with Russia if they were flying their bomber planes in that region. So that's why they seemingly stayed out of it, was so they could continue bombing Syria. And so I was trying to figure out that relationship one day, and I just happened to have this inclination. I don't know why. Maybe it was Jesus. But I thought, I wonder when this Russia invades Ukraine. I wonder when the YouTube or the Wikipedia page was created. And back then, you could do that. You could just click on edit history and then just click back until you got to the first edit. Turned out that page was created the day before the unprovoked invasion. Thought it was interesting. So on November 7th, I made a video. I was making a live, and I thought, let's check out Israel Palestine or Israel Gaza war 2020. Let's check out that Wikipedia page. And I didn't even bother reading the page. I went there specifically to check the edit history. And of course, clicked on edit history, clicked back. I even tried to edit just to see what would happen. And it said that in order to edit, you had to have like a previous history of like 60 or 80 successful edits or some shit. And once you had that, then you would be presented before a committee who would decide if you would go before another committee. And if they approved you, then you could edit. And when I was reading the edit history, you'd see that it was like 4 or 5 people that were editing the entire narrative. One person would lay out the original edit. One person would come in and adjust it and move things around. Another person would check the spelling. Another person would come in and add something to it. But these 5 people or so were responsible for editing the entire. I ended up reading the first 3.5 hours of what happened that day, and it was hundreds of edits. There was just hundreds, but it was the same 5 people. But most importantly, the first edit made, and I don't know if that means the page was created or that's just the first edit made on the page. But the first edit happened on October 7th at 6:22 a.m. local time. The thing is, the invasion, the attack, was said to have happened at exactly 6:30 a.m. October 7th local time. Meaning, somebody 8 minutes before the invasion took place knew about the invasion and was starting to lay out the narrative. And if you read it, the first 3 hours, they were laying out shit that would happen later that day, the next day, things Netanyahu said or did or whatever. They were laying that out in the first 3 hours. And even if you said, oh, it was backwards, who is going to, this attack happens, and somebody's going to run to Wikipedia and make a Wikipedia page 8 minutes after the attack starts? No. But it wasn't that way. the page was made 8 minutes before the attack took place. And one of the things they said was that Israel had immediately killed around 1,500 Hamas within the borders of Israel. And so if you've paid attention since then, every time they talk about it, they'll say things like at first it was around 1,400, then it was around 1,200, then it was around 1,100. Now I think it's 1,129 people in Israel were killed on that day. That's how they report it almost every time. They never refer to themselves as people in Israel. They are people of Israel. They are Israelis. They are, the God-chosen people Israelis. They are whatever. But they never refer to themselves as people in Israel. That could be anybody. And that is that 1,500 that they allegedly claim to have killed immediately. Whenever they say that around 1,129 people in Israel were killed, they're not lying. They're telling the truth. They just misleading the truth. They want you to believe that it was Israelis that died, but they won't say it was Israelis that died. Another thing they said was that Hamas had launched 5,000 rockets in the first 20 minutes. So it happened so fast that no one was able to get footage of it. Now, 5,000 rockets in 20 minutes is 4 rockets every second for 20 minutes. How was Hamas able to acquire not just 5,000 rockets, but enough rocket launchers to launch 4 per second for 20 minutes? You have to understand, think of it like a fireworks display. Do you ever see fireworks displays where they're launching 4 fireworks every second for 20 minutes? That would be incredible. Even the best fireworks displays, like maybe the New York one, the Detroit, whatever, those are launching maybe 4 per every couple seconds. But 4 rockets per second for 20 fucking minutes is unbelievable. It's just not a believable thing, especially for people that haven't been able to do anything else like that since before. There was that blockade around Gaza has been there for a much longer time than just October 7th. The original Gaza flotilla in 2010 was trying to break that blockade supposedly, and that's where Ken O'Keefe emerges from. Bitch ass piece of shit Ken O'Keefe. The narrative is that just like they always do, it was a flotilla of ships, not little boats, ships, trying to bring food and aid in, and at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, Israel descended with helicopters and they pirated. They were pirates. Then they boarded the ship illegally. This is in international waters. They illegally board the ship and they go to take everyone hostage. But Ken O'Keefe, being the man that he is, he fights back. They claim that 1 Israeli soldier was killed, which there's no proof of. But 9 of the 11 passengers on that ship were killed. Later to be found out that 6 of them were killed execution style, meaning they were on their knees looking up and they shot them in the head. The only 2 that survived, one of which was Ken O'Keefe, who then gets let go by Mossad of all people. And he's interviewed as he's being let go, and he has blood all on his face still. So stupid. It's so stupid. So fake. Ken O'Keefe is a piece of shit. Ken O'Keefe stole over $130,000 from the Goyim with his World Citizen Project and disappeared for a few years. He's only recently started to come back, and nobody's talking about it. Fuck Ken O'Keefe. Right? Yep. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. When they went to court about it later on, Israel was found not guilty because if they were just defending themselves. If the ship would have just allowed themselves to be pirated, be taken over, then Israel wouldn't have needed to kill those 9 people, 6 of which execution style. That's the thing that Naftali Bennett talks about when he lets you know that they control Wikipedia. Right? Just a quick little thing here. Naftali Bennett, former Israeli Prime Minister, during the 2019 to 2022, where Israel had 6 different prime ministers, Netanyahu, Benny Gantz, then back to Netanyahu, then this Naftali Bennett guy, who the difference was, they believe everything the same. Naftali Bennett just believes that instead of them fighting their battles, that's what we're here for. So he believes that all friars should be allowed to, go into study and go on their pilgrimages and all that, all paid for by the government, of course. But Netanyahu always said that everyone has to serve in the Israeli military at 18. You might not have to do much, but you have to serve. And what most people didn't realize was Netanyahu was playing the long game, because it was just recently passed that the United States is now responsible for any Israeli military servicemen's pensions and lifetime insurance and retirement and all that. We now pay for that. So if everybody is required to serve at 18, that means we are paying for everyone's retirement, everyone's health care, all that. It was Netanyahu's, one of Netanyahu's biggest tricks, right? But this guy from June of 2021 to June of 2022 served as prime minister until he just magically stepped down and Yair Lapid took over until November of 2022, when they put Netanyahu back in charge, along with Bezalel Smotrich, along with piece of shit warmonger Itamar Ben-Gvir. That guy needs to fucking die. Itamar Ben-Gvir is among the worst people in the world. He's so gross and disgusting, such a piece of shit pedo. But that coalition that got put in can't be removed. They can't vote him out. The only way that something happens is if he dies or he retires. But here is Naftali Bennett back all the way in 2010 talking to the IsraelNationalNews.com about a conference that he's at Wikipedia headquarters right now.
My Israel has arranged instruction day for wiki editors. The goal of the day is to teach people how to edit in Wikipedia, which is the #1 source of information today in the world. As a way of example, if someone searches the Gaza Flotilla, we want to be the guys who influence what is written there, how it's written, and to ensure that it's balanced and Zionist in nature.
I came here to...
Right? Straight from the horse's mouth. From the jackass's mouth. Balanced and, he thinks, should I say paints Israel fairly, paints the Jews fairly? No, you know what? Fuck it. Balanced and Zionist in nature. Everything that comes out of Wikipedia, the #1 source of information in the world, need to be taught how to do their jobs properly. How to edit in Wikipedia. For example, if you look up the Gaza Flotilla, they want to be there. They want to influence written, how it's written, and to ensure that it's Zionist in nature. Are you kidding me? It's that obvious. It's right there for you to see, to hear. It lives forever. It's just, what am I getting wrong here? Oh, look, this dumb friar. Let's see what he's saying. Jesus Christ. Should be completely illegal under inciting. You're copying and pasting things like a bot does, you know. But what terror, like, see, the thing is, again, they're so stupid, they don't realize what they're saying. I'm not inciting anybody to do anything. That's why nothing that I'm saying is wrong, because I'm not telling anybody to act violently or do anything. But what he's saying is, you know, if people know about this stuff that I'm talking about, it will incite them against it will incite us against them. Logically, if anybody finds out the truth again about who our string pullers are and what they do, they will respond with violence. That's what he's saying. He's acknowledging how disgusting their thing is, right? Because I can't imagine, like, anybody could say anything they want about me and I'd be like, yeah, right. If it was true, like, there's nothing, if you had access to my past, all of it, there's nothing you would find that I'm, like, ashamed of. Yeah, I've done embarrassing shit. Yeah, I've made mistakes. But I don't have anything I don't have any violations like that in my history. Yet they say if you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel. It's our fucking land. It's the Friar Kingdom, Judea, you clown. Of course we are settling and establishing settlements there, you lunatic. Again, why did you guys wait 1,800 years to do it? Right? Why wasn't it until 1882 that the sense of friar nationalism was a thing, and going and reclaiming your land and creating your fucking first Hebrew dictionary and all this other shit? Why not in the 1200s? Why not in the 600s? What was the issue there? Now this delusional psychopath is supporting Hamas terrorists. Fuck yeah, dude, fight back. I don't believe in Hamas terrorists. There aren't any, that's not a real thing. The whole idea of it is fake. Netanyahu has been shown, like, it's all just fake. Why do you think Hamas always wears balaclavas and covers every aspect of their person? So the only thing you can see is their eyes and their bright green headband in case you want to do a headshot. Because the people under the mask, like, the videos have already come out. After one of the hostage releases, the most staged bunch of bullshit ever, where a week beforehand, they showed that the little girl's family, remember the girl that could only speak in whispers? She was so scared she could only speak in whispers. So somebody would ask a question, hey, what was it like in the tunnel? And she would say, and her dad would be like, well, she says, like, she didn't say all that. But they couldn't rely on a child to actually push the narrative properly. So they came up with that fake ass she could whisper. And the thing is, a week before her release that they had no idea was going to happen, her family celebrated her birthday party like she was there. They supposedly didn't know she was dead or alive. They had no idea she was going to be released in a week, but not only did they have her birthday party, the news was there to document it. Because that makes sense. Your child's missing and you're going to pretend like they're there and have a birthday party, right? The fuck? But they did that thing where they supposedly released like 100 hostages or whatever it was. It was at nighttime, so you couldn't see the setup very well, and the hostages walked hand in hand with a Hamas guy on either side across the courtyard from the van to the Israeli van, and they walked them back and forth. And Israel didn't think to, like, put a tracker or a drone following the van back to where it went. Like, just so stupid. But the thing is, footage got released after the fact, showing just before the hostages got released that they were all smiling, shaking hands with the captors, hugging the captors, saluting the captors. You know, if you look, none of the Israelis lost weight. They still had their big fat jowls. They were still tan. They weren't all pasty. But yeah, this video showed them laughing and smiling and hugging and, you know, all that. Just like the first woman 2 weeks after the whole thing happened, where Hamas released that one old lady for whatever reason, and she turned around and shook the hands of her captors. She was supposedly this old lady that could barely walk, and she was kidnapped on the back of a motorcycle, where they had her sit her butt on one side of the seat and her legs out on the other side of the seat. And she got kidnapped that way. On the back of a dirt bike. You believe that shit? You're so dumb. Nobody is going to turn around and shake the hands of their captors. There's footage of the hostages kissing the captors. Again, the captors always have masks on. You can't see their faces. Earlier in the year, Hamas supposedly did a demonstration of their balloon attack capabilities. So the news all was there. Hamas came walking over the hill, the sand hill, where there was already the setup there, and showed how they fill balloons with helium and then attach an explosive device to it. Because that's real. And the balloon takes the explosive device over the illegal wall that nobody talks about. The World War Z wall. You know why Israel is the only place that survives is because of their wall. But the balloons take the explosive device over and they light empty lots on fire. Little brush patches on fire. Every time. They never hit a building or anything like that. They actually showed that they interviewed a civilian in his Corvette, convertible Corvette, and they asked him, "What do you think about these balloon attacks?" And he said, "They're uncalled for. I say for every balloon that comes over that wall, we take out one of their buildings. Women, children, whatever. If we take out enough buildings, they'll get the picture." These devices are lighting empty lots on fire, and this guy's talking about taking out buildings full of women and children. They're just insane. This guy's just repeating his shit over and over again like a fucking nutcase, like a bot. Now this is delusional psychopath supporting Hamas terrorism, yeah. What next? Saying Mein Kampf was a good book? It was a good book. It was really well written. It was really informative. It's much better than the Bible or any fucking religious nonsense. It definitely didn't talk about raping 3-year-olds and making them your wife and shit. It definitely didn't say if the child is under 3, then raping them doesn't really even happen and it's just like a poke in the eye. It didn't say anything like that. The Germans were just... Absolutely they were. Absolutely. But it's all fake anyway. There was no Holocaust. It's fake. They were pushing the 6 million thing for years prior to. There are all sorts of newspapers that exist that show the claim 6 million are gonna 6 million, 6 million. There were only 3 million in Europe at the time, and most escaped here. There's literally zero proof to validate any of the claims of the hoax. Any of it. Zero proof anywhere. Even the supposed, like, gas chambers, they have windows on them and shit. You don't have a window on a gas chamber. It's all just fake. Again, it would have been 3 people every minute. It's fake. It's not real. Hollywoodism will tell you that during that time, the 5 or 6 studio heads that were all Friar, all from the same 500-mile area, that all owned and controlled Hollywood with an iron fist, they never put out any Hitler movies until after the war. The only 2 movies that came out were made by Goyim. And right after the war, they all had a secret meeting in Germany. They all flew to Germany to do like a tour. And they all had a secret closed door meeting where they decided the narrative. And then they started putting out the narrative movies. It's all just, and literally they say it. That's what they say in Hollywoodism. They made Hollywoodism. There's no white supremacist devils in that. Oh, look, we have somebody that's posting fucking pizza slices. Talk about raping children, they post pizza slices. What can you say? I win. You guys have a great day. Go get your free download. Go check out all the links in the description. www.the-bilderberg.group.com. It's free to download. You click download, ask how much you want to pay. Click 0 when it's free. Those who donate, it's appreciated. Go watch Hollywoodism, the second link. It explains why you dumb Goyim think the way you do. Why you believe in George Washington. Why you believe in the fucking Civil War and Jesus and all the other dumb shit you believe in. It's because of Hollywoodism. Again, essentially you could say the American dream is the Jewish dream, is a statement made more than once in that movie. They created not just the America they wanted to live in, the world they wanted to live in using the greatest weapon ever created. The third link is Israel, Heil, and Bottom of Darkness. It explains why they think the way they do. Why you can have an entire population that drops bombs and shit on another population and then says, what, were you raped from 3 to 12? Did you get betrothed to somebody at 3 and have to service a grown man and all this? Did that happen to you? No. And then at 15, you're forced to rape another child for your own redemption if you're a boy, or if you're a girl, who gives a fuck? You're just making babies. Did any of that happen to you? No? Okay, then just go get a new house. Yeah, we deserve $38 million. Did you hear what the fuck happened to us? Will we all have to go through from 3 to 12? Yeah, we earn that $3.8 billion a year. Yeah, we earn policy and predisposition favorable to us. Look how disgusting they are. Look at their fucking comments. Only fucking friars and pedophile friars who think, as long as it doesn't hurt the children, what's the problem? Only people that sick make fucking pedophile jokes and shit. It's right here. Just look. The evidence is right in front of you. It's in the comment section. I provide you with a whole shit ton of receipts in the description. Links to Act.il, Team Jorge, Auto Emancipation, the Havara Agreement, the Operation Cast Thy Bread, where they poison drinking water systems before attacking areas. Sanctioned by David Ben-Gurion himself, the little fucking dwarf troll, disgusting piece of shit. Sanctioned by the government, poisoning drinking water systems and then attacking when the people are sick. A violation of fucking every Geneva code possible. Like, it's what they do. And I provide you with examples of it. Blood libel. Blood libel, they love to use it. Don't say that. That's blood libel. Blood libel means they kill Christian children, drain their blood, and put it in their matzah. Use the Christian children's blood for their ritual. That's what blood libel means. It doesn't mean you said something they didn't like. Understand, it's all in front of you. I provide you links to all of it. Just because I'm dumb like that, and I want you to prove me wrong. That's my goal, is for you to prove me wrong. And I know there's some crying going on, so I just want to... Blood libel, or ritual murder libel, is an anti-Semitic trope which falsely accuses friars of murdering Christians in order to use their blood in performance of their religious rituals. And for something that doesn't exist, look at this. This is the history of it. These are all examples. 1290, 1260, 1242, 1171, 1235, 1270, 1287, 1423, 1294, 1507, 1430, 1475, 1490, 1494, 1529, 1492, 1670. That's just prior to the 19th century. Then we have 1820, 1821, 1823 through 35, 1840, 1840, 1844, 1851 through 53, 1855, 1879, 1882, 1899. Now we have the 20th, 21st century, 1903, 1910, 1913, 1928, 1934, another not one that doesn't have a date, 1938, 1944 through 46, 1964 to 75, 1986, 1991, 2003, 2005, 2005 again, 2007, another 2007, in the 2000s, 2010, 2012, 2013, 2013, 2014, 2014, another one with no date, 2019, 2020, 2022, 2025. All those examples of something that didn't happen. Isn't that amazing? I provide you links to all of it, man. Go check it out. Go check out the Facebook page. The music videos. Music is our greatest weapon. That's why they control it the way they do. That's why every song, especially hip-hop, which is supposed to be the poetry, the fucking beat of the street, is about niggas, niggas, shoot, kill, bitches, niggas, kill, hoes, niggas, drugs, drugs, drugs. And you're nodding, yeah, yeah, that's great, yup. That's why it's like that. They don't want real music to be out there to change people's mind. People can get lost in this. I speak too fast, I speak in slang, whatever. They can download the lyrics to a song and realize that song says what they want said, and they can sing it in unison. Singing in unison is one of the most powerful things we can do. That's why they don't want us doing it. So go get your free download. Go check out the Facebook videos. Share them with your friends. Share them with anybody that will listen. And again, sign up to the Facebook page, because if I'm not live here, I'm live there. Or I'm live on the Spaghetti the Kitten YouTube page. Have yourself a great day, and most importantly, you piece of shit fucking pedos. With your 13 years and your 2 pubes and your 3 years. 3 years and 1 day intercourse betroths the little girl to the man and his micro penis. You pedophiles, you kill yourselves.